Hey, welcome, Stunthangar fans. It's Monday night again, January 13th, 2020, and welcome to our show. I'm Rusty, and I'll be your host for the next couple of hours while we talk about aeromodeling. And of course, we're brought to you by the Stunthangar Control Line forums. And if you want to be a part of this live with your microphone and camera, then you can log into the Stunthangar forums in order to get into the thread called At the Bench. It's on the forum's main page under the open forums. If you keep scrolling down, not in the open forums, but beneath the open forums on the list of different sections, and look for the one that says live streams and At the Bench. Oh, and here comes our Stunthangar cat. Hey, Stunt Kitty. Um, and the links are posted there if you want to come in, like I said, with your microphone and camera. And otherwise, if you'd rather hang out on YouTube, either in anonymity or if you don't have a camera and you just want to type, then there's a chat box there where you can type your questions, answers, opinions, and whatever else you've got for us. And we'll try to incorporate that into the show here. And we welcome all of you tubers out there. In fact, there's more of you than there are of us live guys. So come on in, and we'll hang out and talk about airplanes and stuff. We'll uh, talk about whatever you like to do in your workshop, whether it's planes, trains, and automobiles, or whatever you like to do. But control line modeling is the main topic, but we don't mind wandering around a little bit. And so, for a Monday night of big fun, hope everybody had a good Monday. Come on in. And if you are in the chat box on YouTube, remember there is a block $sign at the bottom of the chat box. That's what we call the super. Look, hold on, Stunt Cat can't walk on the keyboard. That's where you can click on that $sign and give us a contribution, and that helps Sparky, the owner of Stunthangar, to pay for his server fees and equipment that he needs to go broadcast live from different events, such as the Nats in Brodak and Huntersville and Triple Tree at Joe Null and all that other stuff, along with his builds in his workshop where we learn how he does it. And he does it with as good a quality as just about any builder. So he doesn't insist you do it his way, but he just shows you his way of doing it. I have also posted a link in the chat box. The first thing in the chat box you'll see tonight is topic of interest on the forum, and that is a thread. I'm going to try to start doing this, is find a topic of interest for every show, or at least most of them. This one actually was started by Sparky, and it is regarding the FAA regulations that have to do with unmanned flying machines. And so the link is there if you want to go to that post and read about what it's about. Then in that thread, there's a link where you can go post your own comments and let your representatives know about it. And we've got one live visitor already, and that's Jeff Riley. Howdy, Jeff. How you doing tonight?
Good. How you doing, Rusty?
I'm pretty good. Sitting here with the stunt cat on my lap. He just decided that he wanted to start the show with me too. And we got Jack.
I'm gonna say it looks like you got Bat Cat over there.
Yeah, it is Bat Cat. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that one. I do close the show with same bat time, same bat channel sometimes, but okay, you're
Bat
act
channel, same Bat.
professor. You're now known as the Bat Cat. You got that? The one-eyed cat. And we got Jack Snavely, and no, we don't have Jack Snavely. We got David Phelps. Sorry, David. David on YouTube says, "Hi, Rusty. Got my notification thing working again." Oh, good. Yeah, sometimes notifications work, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's on your end, and sometimes it's not. So when it comes to you, the GoogTube, as I call it, YouTube, Google, etc., you never know which end of the problem might be on. But so what kind of beer you got tonight, Jeff?
Low life lager.
It's what? Say it again.
Low life lager. It's just Budweiser.
Redneck lager, huh? Okay. Hang on, I got to get rid of Bat Cat. Go on, Bat. All right. I can't have him. The damn thing weighs 20 pounds. I can't have him walking around in my lap for too long. He doesn't
That's
pay
a cat.
attention to where he steps, and sometimes it gets painful. Now Jack Snavely's in here. Hey, Jack. He says, hi, Rusty, and all else. All you airheads. And it looks like John Miller is joining us. His pictures. Now it is. Hey, John, how you doing tonight?
All right. How about you?
I'm pretty good. Good as any Monday gets. Got me and you and Jeff Riley are in here. We got Jack Snavely and David Phelps out in YouTube land, and here comes Denny Adamison. Hey, Denny.
Hey, top of the evening, guys. How you doing?
Oh man, we're in top shape. Top shape.
Hey, Jeff is back.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here tonight.
Yeah.
I got out of the shop in time.
I dare not look in my shop. What'd you say, Jeff?
I said I'm working on an airplane that Danny inspired.
Uh-oh.
He should take a 36-inch piece of wood and cut a fuselage, base the wing on a Nobler.
All right.
So I'm using an Aries rib template.
Okay.
I have a 9 3/4 wing cord. I cut my fuselage out of a 36-inch, well, two pieces of 36-inch by 8.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm working on building the first of the Stunthangar club build.
All right.
That means everybody's airplane is going to have to look like mine, right?
As long as you don't make it green, like Jeff.
I have 3 shades of green picked out for it.
Sorry, I can't hear you. La 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 la. I'm not listening. La 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 la. Okay.
I think Holly says peanut butter, peanut butter, peanut butter. That's her when she puts her fingers in her ears. Her childhood saying.
Whatever.
I dare not look in my shop because I'm afraid it will be flooded with water up to my ankles. It's been raining so hard here for 3 days that I just know that the underpinning, which is cinder block, has gotten saturated and groundwater must be now all over the floor. So I don't put anything on the floor that can't stand to be wet, but I still don't like it.
Have you got anybody standing around building a boat in a long white collar or shirt?
This kid down the road's name's Noah. He's building one, but I really know the fellow actually. So I try to, my mom told me to stay away from him.
Well, if you hear a lot of bird calls down there, you better start bailing.
I thought I heard some giraffes and elephants. It ain't that bad.
Trouble, my friend.
It's not that bad, but that shop does flood about once or twice a year, and usually it's confined to a fairly small area. The lowest point in the shop's in the far back right corner, and if it doesn't creep out of there too far, then I'm okay. But I don't want it getting into the room where I store my wood and out into the shop where my planes are jigged up that are still raw balsa and can soak up the humidity. So we'll see. I'll get the nerve to go out there tomorrow and take a look. But I was busy this weekend. I went to North Carolina. We had our post-Christmas or our post-holiday party with the club and had a good time. Lots of people. About 20 or 25 club members showed up, I think. Maybe not that many, but it was, including spouses and kids, it was more than that. So we ate good and had fun. And of course, it rained all the way up and all the way back. It's been raining ever since then.
Yeah, we had our 3-day rainfall, but we lucked out. We didn't get nearly as much as they said we would. It was continuous, but they're talking 2 to 4 inches of rain and raining at the rate of an inch an hour and everything like that. And luckily, we never got any of that crap. It kind of went around us.
That's a lot of rain, an inch an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time hours is slacked up, I hear it roaring outside again. So we'll see.
We got snowed on for the last 3 or 4 days. Not a lot. One day just what they call a skiff, and the next 2 days about an inch, inch and a half at the most. And it's still out there. We'll probably get a little more. We're supposed to have 100% chance of snow between today and tomorrow, so don't expect a lot.
My sister-in-law in Seattle sent us a picture a couple of hours ago of about, it looked like 3 inches or so on the patio furniture, and then again it's 70 degrees here in Columbia, and the rain is complete with thunder and lightning. So that's the first sign of spring. We'll call it that, and I'll call that a win.
I'd hate to tell you what it's like here in sunny Southern California.
My in-state team is on TV tonight playing LSU in the national championship. Clemson. That's actually, I'm a South Carolina Gamecock fan. Clemson's Carolina's arch rival, but when Clemson's playing in the national championship, since it's from South Carolina, I'll pull for them. And the team LSU they're playing is in my team's conference too, so I'm being pulled in both directions. But my wife's a Clemson fan, so I dare not make too much negative noise about the Clemson Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
When I lived in Sturgeon Bay, just north of Green Bay, and of course we're all Packer fans there. But in any one given weekend, our favorite team was, if the Packers weren't playing, it was the Bears. But if it was the Packers against the Bears, it was always the Packers. That's one fighting group of people, boy.
Who's your favorite Packers quarterback from all time?
Of all time?
Yeah.
Oh crap! Can't remember his name. It's been so long since I was there.
Well,
he wound up.
I can remember him now, but that was one of my dad's favorite teams.
Yeah, well, he wound up being the head coach there for quite a few years, but he wasn't anywhere near Lombardi's character, so he wound up being shipped out. He'd been the quarterback for much of Lombardi's that time Lombardi was there.
Yeah. Well, my guy is a fairly new one. It was Brett Favre.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I like Brett. He's a cool dude.
Yes,
Yeah, he did get some negative press, but who am I to judge? Don't they all? And you never know what's true and what's not on those kind of things. If it's true, then he's not so good. But yeah.
Well, didn't he go on to play for Minnesota?
He went on to play for somebody else. It could have been Minnesota. Maybe when Tom comes in, he can tell us.
Favre left the Pack and went to the Jets, and then he went back to Minnesota. I think it was about a year each stop. But,
yeah. He was pretty well worn out by then. I think he was.
Yeah, he shouldn't have played those last couple of years. I mean, quarterback or all the athletes who survived that long. It's like, okay, it's time to retire. Not 2 years from now, but now.
Yeah.
There's only so much physical punishment, but if that's your life, I guess you're anxious about stopping what has defined you for all of your life. So
yeah. Well, if you're going to get $8 or $10 million just to show up to. So
yeah. Hey, Denny, did you get?
They stopped paying contracts. I stopped showing up.
Denny, did you get those files I sent you?
I sure did. They look great.
Good. All right. See if you have any better luck getting them on tonight than I had.
I
Is that
was
the
thinking
one
that
where one system wouldn't recognize the files? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, it was the one that I couldn't get on. I just it kept saying I was having problems with the with the bandwidth, basically, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the bandwidth is tricky here on Etsy. It'll kick you off if it doesn't like your bandwidth, and it logs me out about 2.5 hours into every night's show, and then I have to scramble to log back in and restart the stream. And I don't know. That's just part of it. But and hey, Charles Carter, how you doing tonight?
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Doing
Charles.
well. How you guys?
We're good.
Hey, Charles.
Hey, what's up?
And hey, Gary
How's
Sinclair
it? How's
out
that?
here in YouTube land. He showed up a few minutes ago. How you doing, Gary?
How's that new Striga coming along, Charles?
Oh, it's very slowly. Life keeps getting in the way. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
What you eating,
but
Danny? Popcorn or
Well,
something? I can hear it crunching.
What's that?
I said, what you snacking on, Danny? It sounds like popcorn or something. I can hear you crunching.
Actually, Chex Mix.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah, we made a bunch of Chex Mix for the holidays, and the holidays have long gone, and we got 3 or 4 bags of Chex Mix left over.
I got to dispose of it. Yeah, I like the
Mhm.
little dark colored crackers. I don't know what they're flavored with, but they're good, and spicy. I love those.
Yeah, you mean the? Yeah, I think I know what you mean. The things that look like. You mean the little Melba toast kind of thing? The
That's
things that
what it
look like.
looks like. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, those are
Yeah,
so good.
they
I
are.
always pick through and get my favorites out. But I don't like it when like it when they put M&Ms and stuff in there. I'd rather have it with just the salty stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, we put in all the usual stuff. And made some goldfish, cheese goldfish crackers and pretzels
Yeah,
and
those.
whatever. I have noticed the stuff that we make ourselves seems the stuff you can buy it in a bag pre-mixed and everything like that. And I don't like it as much. It just doesn't taste as good. And
Oh no,
stuff we make
it's
at
much
home just
better when you get a big bowl out and stir it up and put spices in it.
that's it. That's it. And it's a real simple thing. You just set up and you just start doing it. And my wife and my granddaughter made the first batch, and then later on we made another batch, and she let me help her. She said my granddaughter was better though. So.
Do they put it in the oven and toast it up a little bit, or just do it in the bowl with the spices and leave it cold?
Yeah, she microwaved it, mixed up the butter and spices and all that kind of
Oh
stuff in the
yeah, that's right.
microwave. Yeah,
Yeah,
got everything. And
butter.
then
Yeah,
after it was all mixed, it was back in the microwave for a little bit and kind of toasted everything up. And then,
I'm gonna have to go get me a snack pretty soon here.
well, that's it.
With
Everybody
that,
has snacks here, so whatever.
I got Slim Jims and pistachios. That's all I got next to me tonight.
hey,
Very good.
I just figured out that I have a design that's coming up that's now legal for Nostalgia Stunt.
What's
Blew
that?
me away when I was counting it. Oh, it's called Twister Sister. It was published in Model Builder magazine.
Okay.
But I actually built the first one in '89. So
Yeah, I'm at the
in
point where
fact,
everything I ever published is legal now. So
cool. You got to publish some more now, Danny.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Something I started doing before I start the shows, and I don't know if I'll do it every show, but if I see an interesting topic on Stunthangar, I'm going to post a link to it in the chat box before we start the show. So if you look in the YouTube chat box, it's up at the top of the list. And tonight's is thread that Sparky actually started regarding. It's a link to where you can post your opinions on the FAA's regulations, and you know, I'll kind of looked at it and thought, oh God, more of this. But then I started reading it. It's only one page long now, and it was worth posting up. So if y'all want to click on that link and take a look at it, you might feel like you can add something to the comments. And I mean the comments that Sparky links to, which is an official site of some sort. Here comes the stunt cat again.
Cat's again.
Well, hey, not to be outdone. Here we go.
There we go.
Another
Professor, look.
I don't have one tonight.
Yeah, meet Coco Chanel. All right.
Hey, Coco.
Oh,
Yeah.
And
Let's
She's
see
not.
if
She's not very. She's
I
not.
might get a
She doesn't
hernia.
like cameras. So whatever.
No, don't step on the keyboard. Come here.
I don't know what it is. Cats
Say
don't
what?
like lap. Cats are a natural enemy to laptops. No.
Is that a hybrid?
Charles is trying to say what? Yeah, it is. I'd been flying a Fancher Twister and I crashed it, and I needed something real quick for a contest. I was still in contest season, so I penciled this thing together. It's a full-bodied, basically a full-bodied franchise Twister, but it looks a little bit different in that it has a built-up stick and stringer fuselage, along with some solid stuff in there. Basically, the Twister but I added an extra wing bay in it, and it has a radial cowl on it. The engine mounted sideways in the radial cowl. So, yeah, it's a nice looking little airplane. It flew well, you know, it flew darn well actually, for being what it was, a Hershey bar wing and a stick and stringer fuselage. But I always wanted to do a stick and stringer fuselage.
Yeah, you say side mount engine. Was it a complete profile that you just like added around or added cross section to, or was it? How did you make the side mount?
No, it was. I used for power. I used a KMB 28. I was kind of into that engine. It's got a lot of good things going for it for a stunt engine. Anyway, they had that little thing. It was on the rear cover for the back of the engine. Had 4 little mounts out.
Okay, yeah.
And I used that
spider mount on the back, right?
Yeah, I used that to firewall, and I used the bottom of a not a 1 gallon, but a 1 liter plastic bottle. Don't think we can find those anymore. But I used that to make the cowl on it, and I painted the inside, and it actually looked pretty good. But I mounted it on the side because I wanted the muffler, you know, hanging down on the underside of the fuselage. I could have mounted a little further that way and could have put the muffler right on the center line. But I guess, you know, anybody can put it anywhere they want when it's set up that way.
Yeah.
We've got somebody trying to join us named Aiden Willett. Does anybody know Aiden Willett? But he keeps disconnecting.
Think he's trying to connect via Edge browser or something like that. No, he's getting
Aiden, if you're trying to connect, try using the Chrome browser if you've got it. Otherwise, go over to the YouTube side and type to us in the chat box, and we'll see if we can talk you in. And meanwhile, Kim from Missouri just showed up. How you doing, Kim?
Doing all right. How are you guys?
I'm good. Good to see you. It's been a while since you've joined us.
Yeah, looks like there's a power outage there. No lights.
Oh, there you go.
Kim's
there.
always dark.
That's it. Look into the lights. Look into the lights.
Yeah.
All right, never mind.
Kim's
Sorry about that.
Interrogated.
Kim's frequently a dark character.
Yes, I can be, I'm told. Hope you all doing okay. I've been sick for a while. I'm kind of coming back from it, but gonna start having fun just any moment now. So
Oh, very good.
Anytime now, yeah. I've
yeah,
managed to sidestep the colds and flu so far, but Holly's had an awful
yeah,
cold lately, and I hope it's starting. Maybe today it seems like there's light at the end of the tunnel. I hope so,
good.
because man, those things are killer. She doesn't
Yeah,
hardly ever get
Mm.
sick, but when she does, she gets a doozy.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't
yeah.
need that.
Well,
Well,
I don't really know anything. Just stopping in to say hi. And,
Well, most of us don't know much either. We just kind of sit around and say hi too. So we hadn't
yeah,
really hit a main groove tonight, but
yeah.
usually we usually get in a good groove after a while. And sometimes
mhm.
we spent a couple of shows last week going on to like 2 o'clock in the morning. Seemed like.
Wow, that's good. Yeah,
Well, it was funny. It went to 2 in the morning, and we're looking at we're just chatting away, and all of a sudden it's holy crap! What time is it up?
Yeah,
you're
So
having a good
I think
time when that happens.
Yeah.
a
yeah,
So
couple
that's
of
it.
us face
That's it.
planted, and a couple of us face planted about the same time. I think. Head hits the
Mm.
keyboard. That's fine. It's time to close the
Yeah.
show.
Ah,
Well, I like your
Okay.
picture that you posted in the um, what is it? The little contest on Cox Engine forums. You posted a picture of your war dog. That's the name of that engine, isn't it?
oh yeah,
Flying
yeah. Thank you.
flying your
Uh,
2 meter bird.
Possibly the most abused 049 engine that still runs in the world. So, or one of them anyway. But
We used to do a tack race on that show every year too. I guess I don't know if we did it last year or not, but somebody sent one in for a year or two and called it the nosebleed special because the front
that was
bushing was
Paul.
so worn out. Whose was that?
Paul, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. The super racer
Oh,
guy, Paul
Paul
Gabo.
Jabot. Yeah,
Jabot.
that's how you say it.
Yeah, yeah. It was a lot of fun. We ran it for several years, and
Yeah, it's no wonder it'll run that fast because if it's got a nosebleed that bad, you know it's loose up front. So
yeah,
no
yep.
friction.
Oh, you could move the whole drive of it, and I guess once it cranked up, it slammed everything up to the front, and off it went. But yeah, it's pretty good. We had some pretty innovative ideas.
I think I came close to winning that show one time, winning that contest one time. But
Yeah,
we'll do it again. When do we usually do that? Is that a springtime thing? That's a winter
usually
time.
January. Mark Boson and his buddy Chris, back when the 049 Collectors group was on Yahoo, they came up with it as a midwinter thing to let guys do something to
Yeah,
get them through the winter. And most of the time we did it, I held it in January, later in the month, to get past the surge of Christmas mail. But that was awful stressful. It's my own personal hang up, but being in charge of so many people's property and then getting it all back to them. We had guys from Greece that sent us engines, and
yeah.
I
Oh
didn't
wow.
rest well till I got notes from everybody that all the babies made it back home. Because I'll tell you
Oh
what,
yeah.
uh,
That's tough. Even if you're not as anxious about the property part of it, just spend a couple of days working with that little 256 hardware and everything is
yeah,
mad.
yeah, yeah. And and then we started doing prizes and stuff when Chris and Mark were doing it. It was just for bragging rights, and the
Yeah,
prizes, which were great, but they kind of changed the tone of the whole race, and we had a couple people get mad at me, and I was about to get mad at them because I was already stressed out crazy. Uh, but if we did it again, which I don't know, I don't want to discourage, prizes, but it was
yeah.
really just more of a buddy thing when there weren't any gifts involved.
Yeah.
And
Another thing we do on that forum that is more like what you're saying in the spirit of what you're talking about is the traveling engine and the traveling
yeah,
prop. And
that's great. That's wonderful. I'd love that
we
thing.
send an engine around the world, and everybody does something and takes pictures of it or videos it or flies it or not and whatever. And I always had fun with that. But
Yeah,
lately, it's gotten to where people hang on to it for too long, and
yeah,
it slows down.
and it has disappeared a few times. It went off the radar for a while, and
When it was on its way to me, it got stuck in Canadian customs because the guy was a
yeah.
farmer and he said that he must have had fertilizer on his hands or something when he sent it because they detected nitrogen. And so they
Oh,
finally
really?
cleared it and it came
Yeah.
on to me. Yeah,
No.
I put it on my little, I think I put it on my little Satan and flew it though.
Yeah, yeah, I believe so. Now we had a lot of fun, and it's still floating around out there. A couple of them. I guess the smallest,
Yeah,
the O10, is still out,
yeah,
and
the
so
other one,
the TD.
I had that one for a while.
But no, we had a lot of fun with that stuff. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good little old baby forum compared to Stunthangar, but it's got good camaraderie
yeah,
and kind of self-policing too. It's got
pretty
a
much.
code of conduct. Everybody, all the members enforce the code of conduct, and I like that. I'd rather be able to cuss a little more, but hey, that's just me.
Well, yeah, I guess. Of course, we have that redneck zone you can go to, I guess. And
Yeah, I don't know if it bleeps us or not. I'm
yeah,
actually the moderator there. I should know that.
yeah, and I don't know. We uh, we have a few curmudgeons on there once in a while, and
Oh yeah,
so
yeah.
and I
Super
never thought I'd
Dave.
say it. Well, we had Super Dave. That's what I was going to bring up, and I never thought I'd miss him because he could get on my nerves with these grandiose statements about life and comparing them to starting an engine. And I'm sitting there at about 2 o'clock in the morning reading this stuff, and but he was
Just wanted to
a
reach through
character.
the I just wanted to reach through the screen and choke him sometimes.
Well, he could get so snotty. That time he smarted off at you about the when we I think it was the traveling propeller, and he was the very first poster on it. He said he thought it was stupid and not worth his time, and he was the first poster to say something about it, you know. And I'm thinking, if you don't like it, and I think that's what you said, if you don't like it, you don't have to comment on it or something. And but I don't know. I think a lot of these guys, that's about their only social connection. Maybe I don't know, but I found I could aggravate him really bad. He'd make some snarky comment, and then I'd make another post and pretend his post wasn't even there. I'd continue the subject, and it really aggravated him a couple of times. I think because
Yeah,
I totally seriously ignored him, and
Mm-hmm.
but I guess something finally, I guess his health got him or something, but uh, I don't know.
I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think he's not with us anymore, actually.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
Well,
no,
who's been playing with toy airplanes this week? Just give Cam a break.
yeah, I'll be back. I gotta get a drink of water.
I've been building a stun hanger special. I sent Charles a picture of it.
Yeah, it's coming along really good.
What do you think of
I
that
thought
wing jig?
I was gonna say that just now. I was gonna say that's very interesting wing jig. I've never seen one like that.
I kind of copied it from one of Sparky's old videos,
Oh, okay.
and then I kind of changed it to suit what I had, and just did it the way I. No, this will work. Okay.
Yeah, as long as you get it straight, that's all that really matters.
The wing's straight.
That's the important thing.
That's the
And
best wing jig I've ever heard of. The wing straight. That's what a good wing jig does. So.
well, it's clamped. It's a piece of plywood clamped to my table saw
Uh-huh.
with some board jacks on it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I got trailing edge spanned across the back, in the notches, and its leading edge spanned across in the notches. It works. And it's only sheeted down the middle. It's kind of built in reminiscence of the old Magician, except it's got a tapered leading edge.
Hmm.
So it's not a D-tube, it's just an open bay.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Aiden Willett made it into the YouTube side. Hey, Aiden. Sorry, I didn't notice when you came in. I was busy running my mouth. But what kind of computer or phone or whatever were you trying to use to get into the live show, the video audio part with? Just curious. Maybe we can help you get in because you were almost here and then kept getting cut off. And low bandwidth will cause that too. But this is Aiden Willett that I'm talking to. Obviously a Stunthangar member because he had the link to come in live with us. So maybe Aiden will answer us back and we can figure out how to get him in here with us.
All right. Okay, while we're waiting for that, John, you want me to pull up some of your drawings here? Or try to?
Yeah, let's do some show and tell.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
That'd be great.
Which one you want to see?
Well,
I know which
I'd
one.
start off. Okay.
All right, hang on.
Is that a TV or is that people in somebody's background?
Hey, Danny.
Pots and pans are.
Okay. I think this is the bad attitude you showed us last week.
Yeah, yeah, that's the one.
About that. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, except
Not,
you showed us a flapless airplane. I presume you just had the flaps. Was it built like this? The flaps just attached, fixed?
well, it was like that, but the flaps were attached. This one has got the movable flaps, and I've got two positions for the stab and elevator. One is a T-tail, and the one that I used was the one that was lower there.
Yeah, that's like the Jack Sheik's airplane up there.
Yeah, yeah, and on this plane, I wasn't going to go with a high mounted tail.
Mm-hmm.
But that was that's it. Slight little differences. The cabin is moved a little further forward on it than on the one I showed you. But the one I showed you is the one that gave the name Bad Attitude to it because it just had a bad attitude about flying.
Yeah,
it was my fault.
Okay. And you said that you put the bell crank like out here, right?
No, I put the bell crank in on the inner side.
On the inside. All right.
Yeah, and I think that's what the problem is. And so on this one, it's mounted center, and I take off down both of the tail booms.
Yeah, I see that. It looks like you got a tube and cable off the bell crank, and you're feeding the elevator down each boom. That's slick.
Yeah, that's what I thought I'd do anyway. And it's got a nice shape all the way around. It's got a good airfoil.
Mm-hmm.
It's
great wing.
Yeah, it has every reason to fly good. 504, I think it was for 20 sized. 604.
Yeah, 604, 3546. This sounds kind of like your, all right, 4 bits?
Yeah. Similar in that size, yeah.
Same
anyway, that
wing
has,
with yeah,
similar wing. Of course, I'm showing a stalker there.
Mm-hmm.
That happens to be the Stalker 40.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm using a 4-ounce tank, but I found that I need to go a 6-ounce tank if I want to go fly on the coast, because lower altitudes I just can't quite get to the clover with the 4-ounce tank full. So just need a little bit more.
I've heard this, and I've never checked it myself, but I've heard if you get the Dubro plastic 4-ounce tank, it's actually about 4.5. I've been told that.
Oh, really?
I've never measured it myself. Yeah.
Well, I usually would put in like 2 tablespoons of white gas into gallon of fuel. That'll extend it a bit, but it didn't do that for me at Brodax, so it didn't work.
That's what Tim Westcott always says. What about your nitro? You can lower the nitro. Are you already using 5? Or are you using 10?
I'm using
10%?
0.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm using 0. I can't lower the nitro any more than that.
No, pretty hard.
No.
Okay, so that's Bad Attitude Twin Boom. This is Bad Attitude 2.
That's the twin.
I think so.
Yeah.
And obviously, go ahead.
It's got engines showing, but it's gonna be very difficult to make it work on that aft engine correctly with running fuel. So it's going to be electric.
Yeah. Well, the back engine is going to have cooling issues and stuff normally anyway, so making it electric will simplify it.
Yeah, I've got scoops on the bottom and on the top, and they'll stay there for the electric. But you see how large that opening is in the back, right there, in front of the propeller. Yeah. That should suck out with that propeller. That should suck out all of the heat and bring it through those scoops.
Yep. In goes the good air, out goes the bad air.
Out goes the bad. Yeah.
So, okay. And you would plan on this being about the same layout as the other one, just with the extra engine on it. Okay.
Yeah, it'd be smaller engines, but it's the same span, the same size.
Yeah. Okay. All right. This one here, I had a hard time figuring out what you were doing here. I think it looks like you started with the twin boom drawing, and then you just started drawing a single fuse on it, right?
Yep, that's exactly it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a single tail. And the Bad Attitude single tail. So it's a series. It goes from a single tail to a double tail to a double tail twin.
Okay.
And then there was one other one there.
Is that wing the Pathfinder wing? Looks like a Pathfinder wing.
Well, it's close to it. It's got a much less sweep in the wingtips.
Okay.
But a wing is a wing is a wing, and I've got basically the same airfoil that was used on the Pathfinder. Actually, this was designed before the Pathfinder, so I'd say the Pathfinder has the Bad Attitude wing.
Okay. All right.
That's an Epler airfoil. Okay. And according to my friend, come on, Norm Whittle, he feels that that's about one of the best airfoils you can use for a stunner. It's got a little bit rounder or shorter, sharper entry, but it still has the width. That sharper entry is supposed to penetrate bad air a little better, according to him. And I believe him because he's a smart guy. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, blunt leading edges are all the rage, but I don't think blunter. I think you quickly reach diminishing returns on how blunt leading edge has to be, and this strikes me as being quite good, because also the thing I like here is that it's a constant increasing radius. It's not just a radius on a line or something like that. It's a constant. It's a beautiful thing there. And Dr. Epler is known for his airfoil formulas. He's designed thousands of airfoils for everything from hydrofoils to windmills to the sailplanes to he even got a few symmetricals out there. So
Yeah. Well, he certainly got some. This certainly has proven not to be a very good airfoil for my use, and on the Pathfinder, it's worked very well. So, and Norm Whittle uses it on all of his airplanes, and he does extremely well with them. So, I would say that based on all the evidence by the people that I know using it, it's proven out to be pretty good airfoil.
Yeah. How is Norm these days? He was visible there for a while in Stunthangar, and he kind of went away. Is he still active? How's he doing?
He's not active in control line. He's active in RC racing, I think, is what he's into right now.
Okay. Yeah, it was good seeing. I was just hoping I had heard that he had a lot of things going on. I was just hoping he was still okay and everything like that. But that's good to hear.
Yeah, last I heard, he was okay. He retired from the Air Force and spent a lot of time. He's got a daughter that lives in Oregon, right by the Milner's, whatever, where the Spruce Goose is hangared.
Okay.
He spends a lot of time between here and there, as I understand. That was the last I talked to him, anyway. So that's his life right now. He's a very that guy is amazing when it comes to designing model airplanes. He has a spreadsheet laid out, and boy, he's got the numbers right, and he lays it in, makes everything fit his spreadsheet, and he comes out with winning airplane after winning airplane. It's just his Sultan is an unbelievable airplane. All being told.
Okay, that's good. By the way, these things are coming through clear and everything, right? So
yeah, they are.
Okay, and then this is the last one you sent me. It looks like you've electrified the Vanguard.
Yeah, I've worked on it. It's not complete, obviously, but there's I've got the wing up above it there, which is a Warren Truss elliptical wing, and it's elliptical both going out and looking at it head on. It's elliptical.
Oh, this is the one I've never seen. The airfoil on this is that like a Sakatumi or what is that?
That's a Sakatumi airfoil. That's the one I came up with for the designer of the Sakatumi, and it's basically it turns out to be very, very close to a combat airfoil that's generally used. I didn't know that at the time, but it does a fair job of flying the airplane without a flap. So I thought I'd try on the Vanguard to see if that could be brought over to the elliptical airfoil platform, and I hope it does. I've got to build one of these. It's set up to use the center I-beam type rib setup to help with your jigging. You jig it out, and then you get your top piece of I think it's 1/8 by 1/4 for a spar, and then you cut her loose and then get put on your bottom one, flip it over, put on your bottom one, and then you're ready to put on your leading edge sheeting. I'm still working on the trailing edge part. You see, I've got that little recess in there. I'm planning on putting a piece up into there, and then putting 2 pieces, one top and bottom, and shaping it down to make it get the proper taper on the back.
Yeah. Okay. So you're going to put it in a trailing edge web that's this wide.
Yeah.
And then you're going to run the trailing edge planking all the way down to the edge.
Yep.
Okay.
And I may or may not put some lightning holes in the center one. I don't know. I don't know if it really needs it.
Hey, I've got a question. You had mentioned it seemed to work fairly well without flaps. And if I can ask
Yes.
a really stupid question, and I'm only a control line flyer that tries to miss the ground. That's my level. But what is the relationship you're talking about that would make it similar to having flaps? How so is it nearly like having flaps?
Oh, but that's a hard one to answer. It's
Oh,
here's what I think. This is what I think. This is what I know. This is what I think. Okay. If you look, get on the airfoil there a minute, would you, Denny? The one down on the bottom under the spar.
You mean right on the center of the wing? You mean on the there?
No. Well, that'll work, but it's more visible right there.
There we go.
You got it? Yeah. Okay. You notice it's like an elongated teardrop,
yes, sir.
and it has a relatively blunt airfoil entry point. But you notice that it starts out with a fairly small entry point right around where that 1/8 by a quarter piece is. It
Okay.
has a tighter radius there, and then the radius opens up and then stays somewhat constant all the way to the top. When it gets to it starts opening up. When it gets to the spar area, it almost is straight back, almost. It has a little bit of a curve. Okay. What that does, in my opinion, in my thinking, is that it starts out with a not the same as a perfectly round, blunt airfoil. It's got a little bit of penetration to it. But as it comes around that curve that hits that flat point, when it gets back, go back to the trailing edge there, would you, Denny?
Like
you see
that?
how there's a change in angle there?
Right.
Okay, when there's changing. So what happens when that airfoil starts to rotate a little bit? It acts like that piece there. That piece there, it acts like it's deployed to flap about 3 degrees when it's sitting at about a 8 to 10 degree angle of attack. And so
Okay.
that's where it seems to get its ability to act like more like a flapped stunner without a flap. It's a fixed flap. It's now if you take like the Pathfinder airfoil, which is similar but in a lot different, it uses a flat stab back there, and it has even more pronounced. If we didn't hook the flaps up, we'd have even a more pronounced effect as it is rotated, and it would act like it was given about 7 degrees of flap. So that's, I think, one of the reasons why on the Pathfinders we set it up at 25 to 27 degrees of flap and about no, less than that. It's about 24 degrees of flap and about 32 degrees of elevator. Is because it gets that little boost from just the shape of it. That's
So
what I think.
The effect is going to be better control of your radius. Is that what you're talking about? The actual effect on the flying when you're turning, is a smoother radius or gives you more control of the radius you're turning,
Well, it's
or corner, or
Bob Hunt once told me that the most important part of any airfoil is the entry, and I believe him on that. And the entry on this starts out just slightly at a tighter radius at the very beginning, then opens up progressively and gets larger and larger and larger radius. What that does is that it tries to keep, I think, the airflow attached until it gets past the high point. And when it gets past the high point, it tends to try to to keep it attached to the airfoil itself until it hits that what would have been the flap. And that is where I think the magic happens is as it rotates up, that flap all of a sudden acts like it has been deployed down just a little bit, 3, maybe 4 degrees at the most. Also, your center of gravity is going to be closer to the front on a non-flapped airplane. That's why that rib section and that is right where the spars are. It's close to where just behind there is where the center of the bell crank is, because it's trying to keep most of the mass or I don't say mass, but most of it right up front. If you look, see that white line that goes across there?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the center. That's the center of mass. And at that point where it ends, that's where the average chord is, and so that's where you figure your balance. Whether you wanted it, that's the chord that you measure. Say if you wanted it 18%, then you find 18% of that chord, not the one at the root, but that one there, and that's the one you carry across all the way across, and you pick it up on the other side. That's where your balance point will be. So having the balance point further forward, but having it act the way it does. And I'm not an aerodynamic engineer or anything else. I'm just a modeler like you are. But I've read a little bit and studied a little bit, and to me, I think that's what's happened. I do know this, that based on the Sakatumi, it works pretty well.
Okay, John, I brought this up while you were chatting only because the same story was told about this. This is the old High Johnson Stuka.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, you know that. And again, look at the airfoils kind of, this had a polywog shape to it. It was actually undercambered on the back half. And the story was he was trying to achieve just what you were describing, a flapless airplane that behaved like it had flaps on it because of what the airfoil section was doing. And it's maybe a little more pronounced than what yours is doing and stuff. But if you can imagine this wing, with the air coming on, angle attack, the airstream coming on a line, something like that, you could see where this would act like it was kind of a deflected flap on the bottom. I think that's what you were getting at, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
That's one of the reasons why I think the Flight Streak flew so well, because he had that nice airfoil on it, but then they had that flap, that flap that was glued on,
and it makes a sharp
and that acted the same way in a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes a sharp transition right there where that flap joins the trailer wing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
Is that at all similar to a ringmaster airfoil? Not the elliptical part, but the airfoil part? No.
Well, actually, I would say that the similarity is that the Ringmaster, if you build the original S1, it did have a bit of an undercamber on the back half of the airfoil, and of course it was much thinner to start with, and then the high point of the airfoil on the Ringmaster is way back, around here instead of up here. But it did have that characteristic, behind it, with a sharper leading edge and the high point farther back. So yeah, you could say the Ringmaster was sort of on this, on the same path.
Yeah, believe it or not, I've never had a ringmaster, so I've never had the opportunity to inspect one up really close. But one of our YouTube guys, it might have been Jeff, I don't remember. Somebody now thought maybe that was similar to the ring. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. It's funny, you're the second person I know who's never had a Ringmaster. So
I've got a macro ringmaster. It's about that long, but I don't know if that counts.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have an airfoil either.
Yeah.
I do have a Master that does have an airfoil, but it's still in the kit box. I'd forgotten about that. It's made for a TD-010, so I might have to put that together one of these days. Now that I'm kind of dabbling back into half A, after I get through with the Cardinal, maybe I'll do that. Or maybe
Well,
my
it's interesting. It's interesting, and keep it in mind. Like I say, what Bob Hunt told me about airfoils is that the most important part of the airfoil is the front 25%. That anything behind that may affect it here or there. I'm adding to it a little bit. May affect it a little bit here, a little bit there, but the most important is the entry.
yeah.
If you've got a sharp entry, it's gonna stall easy. If you got too thick entry, you're gonna have too much parasitic drag or a lot of parasitic drag. The BJ's had a thick airfoil with a blunt entry, kind of like your plane, Charles. Uh, it, uh, it was to help tame the horsepower of those ST60s that they were running.
So that the
They
shape of that front end. So you're saying the shape of that front end has a big effect on how tightly the boundary layer stays connected to the wing surface as it travels backwards.
I think so. I think so. I can't tell you for sure, but I do know that you can get a wing too thick to where the drag overcomes the ability of the engine to pull it along or the motor to pull it along, and
Yeah.
that you can get it too thin and too pointy, in which case you'll have a wing that wants to stall. And it's for give you an example. How many of you have any of you had an Excalibur, the one with the laminar flow strips on the instead of sheeting on the leading edge? It's a very kind of a sharp and pointy little airfoil, and I never expected it to fly well, but the designer knew what he was doing. He was a free flighter as well, and they used those kind of strips on free flight airplanes, and it actually flew far better than it should have been able to fly. But it's all because, in my opinion, because of those strips on instead of sheeting. Are you looking for that design there, Denny?
Oh
There it
man,
is. There it
there
is.
you go.
Look at that wing.
Yeah.
See how see how
There it is.
pointy that wing is?
It's real
Now I
pointy.
couldn't help it. I blunted mine a little bit,
Yeah, that's a knife edge there.
but you couldn't get it much blunter than that. You could, but you can see just about how much blunter you can get it. But you see those right below the center of gravity line there. You see those little square patches there. Those were strips of 1/8 by 1/8 inch square. What do they call those things, Denny?
Well,
They're
the
they're
pre-flighters
not
call them
laminar flow slip.
turbolator
Aeromodeling.
spars. Yeah, they kind of energize the air right on the surface and stuff. Uh, Arguably, they're trying to achieve what some of our folks are trying to achieve with like vortex generators and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really not a good comparison. But they're trying the vortex
Yeah.
generators are trying to energize the airflow right next, right at the surface and everything like that. And I think the turbolator spars were kind of related to that. Yeah, but yeah, I know what you mean about this airfoil. When I
Well,
saw that, I
they
remember when
must
I first
work
saw this
because
plane, I thought, "Ain't no way." But I've seen enough of them to know that the airplane flies very well. So
yeah, they make a very good. I used to say you can go and you can fly it in classic, you can fly it in profile, you can fly it in, and you can fly it in the Pampa classes
yep.
because it flies good enough in Pampa classes to do well. If you get
Hmm.
past the effect that some judges have where they just don't think a classic airplane should be flying in the Pampa classes. But
Yeah.
you
Well.
look at the shape
Yeah.
of that airplane, yeah, it's nothing to write home about. But again, we were looking at the entries. You see, we're looking at the front, the entry. and that's what makes the difference, or it makes the difference on that, I believe, is those turbulator spars. Now I blunted that leading edge just a little bit. That was way too sharp for me, but I blunted it. You can't blunt it much, you know, but you can blunt it a little bit. But that thing on an OS 35S, that thing was killer. It just flew like a champ.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so we're dealing with on that Vanguard, a flapless stunner. We're dealing with much the same problems or questions, but we've got a different type of solution that we're working for with it, and it seems to work out with the Sakatumi. Now I don't know if part of that is the shape of the Sakatumi wing, but you know I'm not going to make the Vanguard with a Sakatumi wing. I promised Walter that I wouldn't years ago, and so I'm keeping my word. Uh, but well, when this gets done, we'll know whether or not it's the wing airfoil or the wing plan. I think we'll get a better idea.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't see
I
any
have
problem with your plan form or anything like. I don't think that's hurting anything. But the one
I
thing
don't think
that
it would.
yeah, the one thing that you did different than the Sakatumi that frankly I like, the Sakatumis that I've seen, the trailing, like right at the trailing edge, it looks like it's like a half an inch thick, right at the
Yeah, it is.
trailing edge cap. And
Yeah.
I cannot for the life of me figure out, why I would want something like that. But I've seen them fly and they seem to fly well, but I don't think I don't think I could do it. I'd do something to cheat that, But
I know we all have. We take. I'm sure you've experienced this. We take lots and lots of time to try to come up with a good design, and then somebody building it decides that they've got to strengthen it here and strengthen it there and that, and they come up with an airplane that weighs 10, 15, 20 ounces, 30 ounces more than yours did, and then they write and tell you how lousy your design is.
yeah,
Yeah, that would
yeah.
kind of piss you off, wouldn't it?
It's just part of the landscape.
Yeah.
hmm That's about it. So, and yes, John, I would be one of those people. All right. There's actually and the reason I say that though is that I can't find it anymore. But back when I do have an aerospace degree, and I remember back in school, I can't find it now, but there was a book. I had a book that even gave the reference that showed that the thinner you could make the trailing edge, the better the airfoil would perform, uh, both in lift and in drag. And it took me a long time to figure out how to do that. But when I got to my Eclipse series, I was actually capping the trailing edge with a piece of 8-inch square spruce, and I was shaping it down to a knife edge. I mean, as thin as you could possibly get. You couldn't have held it in balsa. And I don't know, did it fly because
Yeah.
of that or in spite of that? I don't know. But that was my target at least. And it's one
Well,
thing I want to go back to doing. So,
that's a good observation, Denny. And I didn't realize you had an aerospace degree. I have a little
I
more
didn't know.
respect for you now, knowing what you had to go through to get that. Uh,
Yeah.
well,
I think I
there was
think
a lot
Fine.
of beer parties and all nighters I had to survive. But anyhow.
well,
Where'd you go to school, Danny?
Now, one other thing, a lot of people, this is counterintuitive too, and it's just a small example here and stuff. A lot of people like just radiusing off the trailing edge corners, and that's really bad. You come right down to it. If you get
Yep.
something like this, what you get is, a sharp edge on there actually lets you have it. Uh, you get a cleaner air separation. The air gets to a certain point, it knows it can't turn that corner, and it just separates. All right, which means this whole area behind, the flat section is basically, there's turbulent air in that wake and everything like that. Which if it's only a 16th inch stick at the at the trailing edge, hey, no big deal. If it's a half an inch stick, then you got to scratch your head a little bit and say, is that what I really wanted to do? And of course,
Yep.
a half inch stick on the total thickness of the wing is what, maybe an inch and a half or something like, or inch and three quarter or something like that. It's a substantial part of the total wing. So
I need to commit that
Right.
to memory.
Yeah, same here. I heard something that if you leave it squared, it's stronger, less likely would bend or warp, as opposed to it being sanded to a point.
well, yeah, and that's absolutely true too. I mean, you just get more. We're building with balsa, and balsa doesn't like to be thin, right? I mean, the thinner it gets, the weaker it gets. And if you dope over it, it starts warping all over the place and everything like that, and it gets hard to hold a true edge. And then the edge that you get it's fragile, it's subject to hanger rash and everything like that, and it can even thin enough it'll even flex under just aerodynamic loads. You'll get it, it'll curl some one way or the other, just the load of the air on it. So that's what they say. If you're going to, my Eclipse, the flaps were 3/4 of an inch thick, and so they were very, very stiff structurally, and they come right down to a tight corner. But they got there was a fairly tall taper in them too, so they were thin, nothing there, but they got pretty thick, pretty fast also. So I don't know.
I like your idea using that 1/8 inch square spruce.
Yeah, that's really a nice idea. Even if you're going to leave them a little, thickish, if you will, the spruce is a lot more resistant to any kind of hanger rash than balsa is. So
Yep.
I think it's a good idea. And so I don't know if you're not going to. The other thing I've done, and I didn't hear who, or not sure who it was who made the observation. I've been taking on I've been building a lot of the Brodak kits for the electric conversions and stuff. And what I've been doing, typically they'll have like a 1/4 inch flap, and instead of tapering it like this, I've been tapering just the last inch of the flap. So in other words, it'll be a 1/4 inch thick all the way out, and then just the last inch of the flap, I'll taper it down to like a nominal 1/16 of an inch at the trailing edge. And the swag on that is that the flap is going to be stiffer where it's thick, but I'm still going to gain what I think is the advantage of having the thin trailing edge and the small wakes and everything like that. Only it's not going to be as pronounced. If you make a straight wedge, and of course it's thinner all the way out. But if you leave it thick and then bring it down, it should be a little stiffer. Is that making any sense? Do we need a visual aid on
yeah.
that?
I like that.
I'm picturing what you're saying.
So
Yeah, I'm going to incorporate that in the Striga.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, I think I'm going to punch out. I'm about to lose it here. So y'all have a great night, and greatly appreciate the explanation on that. Rusty, I'll talk to you on the forum. We'll see you guys later.
Yeah,
See you
man.
later.
See you later.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a fun day.
good to see
Have
you,
a
Jim.
good one. All righty. Bye-bye.
This
Good
is
night.
what I meant by taking a 1/4 inch flap and you just taper it out, and you just wedge the last little bit, and of course blend it in and everything like that. And what you get structurally is that, of course, the thicker it is, the stronger it is because it's balsa.
Good.
Yeah, but I still get, if you will, what I think is good news for having a small wake behind. Instead of having a 1/4 inch thick out here, it's only a 1/16 of an inch thick. And sharp corner, and it's still a thinner, smaller wake. So
Well, and
kind
you're
of a
taking
cheater's
some of
way
the
of
weight
doing
off too.
it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
You
it's
can
not
do
as.
that with your
I mean, not a
elevator,
lot,
too.
but some.
Huh, Danny?
I was going to say if that was. Let's see what's the best way to do that. If it was, typically you'd see the thing carved. I'm having a hard time with this.
Yeah.
You know, if you were going to carve the thing in a wedge shape, you get something like that, which means it would be thinner all the way along it,
Right.
and more prone to warp and stuff. The idea here is just to maintain that, you know, a little more stiffness in it. So.
Right.
Like
Good
that.
idea.
I've been struggling with this for a long time. It's a good topic because I've been making them just completely flat and then just a very small break right at the very end. Like
Mm-hmm.
not a rounded back at the trailing edge, but just a
Mm-hmm.
little break there. So they're almost just square.
Mm-hmm.
So could you
Now,
do that on the elevator too, Dennis?
Yeah, I do that. I do that on the tail also.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've been waiting for a slot to ask you that too. What do you think about airfoil shaped stabilizer elevator combinations
What,
as
airfoil for the?
opposed to just a flat slab?
Well, again, even
There-
with a thin tail, I like the idea of you know, not just a radius, but, you know, accelerating the radius a little bit. You know, like John is showing here. You see how he shows, lack of a better description, he shows kind of an ellipse before he gets to the
A little
flat
bit,
section. Yeah. And then the only difference is on the elevator, I would do what I was just showing on that other drawing, you know, versus what John shows. I would show the taper being over the last inch or so of the core, of, you know, of the elevator, and then
Yeah.
back to full thickness. Now, one other thing I have done, I've actually gone full circle on this, and no pun intended. Since I started using sealed hinge lines and stuff like that, I think it matters. I used to make my flap and elevator transitions. I'd make this corner sharp, and then I'd make this, you know, just normal, either, well, a wedge, and typically a
Yeah.
hard edge and stuff like that. I got thinking about it, and I'm thinking that maybe that's not the right answer. And I'm gone back now to radiusing this edge and radiusing this edge. And what I'm trying to get to is something where when you deflect the surface, you don't get this big step down. All right. I want if I radius that a little bit, my feeling is that the air will turn onto the elevator a little bit. And if there's a bit of a radius here, it'll pick up, you know, it'll regain the airflow again, you know, to finish the flow. So I'm
Yeah.
hoping the
Denny,
flow over the top is better.
That was a question I had a long time ago because in RC we always radius both edges.
Yeah. Well, it
And
used to be the bad old days there back in the classic era that everybody used to do that, and then we got all sharp and cool about it. And we started making square trailing edges and things like that, and it's like, maybe that wasn't the
What
right thing.
about the type of stabilizer elevator combination where you've got a outside radius on one and an inside radius on a convex and a concave that fit together like a cup?
I think it's a beautiful idea. I've never been able to build one like that myself. I've seen a couple. Keith Trussell, uh, absolute master at that. He had it on his TA 152 design back in the 60s. That's one.
I think that's who I've seen doing it on
Yeah,
Stunthangar. Yeah.
and he also did it on his later airplanes. I'm not sure if he isn't still doing it on everything. And he did the most masterful job with that, and it worked beautifully. Uh, you know, Keith's a
it's
wonderful
hard.
builder and everything like that, so there are no big surprises there. But you know, he did a fantastic job with that.
It looks beautiful, Denny, but it's hard to seal the hinge line.
Yeah, he told me that it is possible to get a seal in there, and for the life of me, I can't figure out how he did it. So, and then
Why don't you guys just use Kevlar for that?
who is it? Frank.
Oh, hey, Trey,
can't-
that just came in.
Frank Williams.
Hey, Trey.
That you know, he actually showed some lift curves and stuff like that showed, you know, even if you have a very physically close fit hinge line and everything like that, it's always better to have a seal in there. All right.
The question I had, why don't you guys use Kevlar for that?
Because nobody on this side of the Atlantic prior to you had ever thought of using Kevlar for full length hinges, I guess. That's not quite true.
The thing with the hinge, as we're talking about, the pocket setup like that.
There's no pocket.
Your rotation is inboard or is out is inside the radius at where the radius begins for that pocket. And so if you put it anywhere else, why you're going to have trouble with with turning it. You're going to be hitting. You're going to have to make the pocket different. And now you've negated any advantages you might have got from it. So it makes it tough because, well, think about it. You got one circle and you got another circle rotating inside of it. So now your rotation point, center of your rotation, is going to have to be in the center of that lesser circle to follow the outer circle. If they all come from the same radius point, start at the same radius point, then there's going to be
or you can move the horn just ever so slightly back there, so you have enough clearance. Is not going to be perfectly symmetric, but it's still going to be fine. Or you can move the control horn a little bit more forward and put a little gap on the trailing edge of a stabilizer to accommodate for it. That's all there's to it.
The problem is that there's a problem when you got that cup effect and that going there of getting in there to seal it.
In the picture here.
Yeah, this is a terrible resolution on this, but you can kind of make out the shape of the
that's the round thing, right?
The flap, and I think John's point, John, you were talking about the pivot has to be like
right there.
Yeah,
it's like a half inch. I don't know if it was quite that far, but a number like that behind. And then I think he had just kind of a suspended. I don't know if it was a full U shape on this side or not. I think he just had, like, if you will, the planking overhanging it here and here, and everything like that. I'm just not sure.
Oh, I see. So it's just a different construction. Got it.
Yeah.
There's one thing along these lines that you can do, and that is, like on your stab and elevator, you can actually have a half-inch thick stab and make your elevator start out at like 5/16 or even 3/4, and you can radius that so that as it comes down, it is slowly but surely closing that gap, and with full down, the gap would be sealed by that larger radius itself. But I don't think many people want to try that because they don't want that much lumber being used back there.
Well, it's funny you mention it that way too, because you know how it's become popular. A lot of folks like the idea of using a thick stab and thin elevators, and
that's ridiculous.
I never bought into that. I don't understand it, but there are some darn successful airplanes out there using it, and I'm happy for them. But I can't make it work in my mind, I guess. So I can't think of a reason why I'd want that to happen. So, but what you just described, with this thing deflected, and it's really, I think, it's a pretty good idea. With this thing deflected, I mean, there's a big jump from here to here, right?
Yeah,
and if this was thick, then the jump would get smaller. Or if this thins down at the edge by having it radiused, or maybe it's not even a full radius. Maybe it's just like a little quarter ellipse, down to there or something like that. It seems like you could make the airflow when the surface is deflected, the airflow would make that transition smoother. And of course, at level flight, you'd have that little whoop-de-doo in it, which may or may not matter. So
yeah, I bought into the thinner elevator versus the stab for a while, and then I got to fly one that Gordon had, that had the same thickness stab and elevator, and you can actually feel a little hesitation as you go through neutral on that. And it was designed, or the thought was to help alleviate the hunting problems that people were having, because there's a little movement that the elevator can make that isn't really making a huge amount of force back there. And so if it's not doing it, then it's also doing it as you're trying to go through center in your maneuvers. You're getting a little bit of a hesitation there. By going to equal, and by making sure your stab and elevator are sealed, and making sure, like I use down thrust for this reason, and I use a little up thrust, positive thrust in the front of the stab, not much, a little bit. And my planes generally don't hunt, and so I don't have to worry about a hunting. And what I have is a very smooth flying, in whether horizontal in horizontal flight, inverted flight, or through the maneuvers. The maneuvers, there's no hesitation. When you come to an intersection of your eights, you give it control, and you got it right now. There's no hesitation. There's no little bit of lag in there. It took me a long while before I'd been flying enough where I could actually feel that. But Gordon kind of got on me on that, and trained me on that. He trained me on a lot of things. That was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see how the glider guys are sealing their hinges?
No.
They take some crystal clear tape, and they put it on a table with a sticky side up, and they use one of those old cassette tape player stuff, which is kind of like 1/4 of an inch wide, and they put it directly on a Scotch tape, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They cut it to size, flip it over, and just put it on a trailing edge. There you go.
Huh.
And when the plane flies, the pressure pushes it against the gap, and it closes the gap. There's no gap there.
Yeah. There's a million and one different ways to sketch that.
So do you mean that the cassette tape is in the middle of the Scotch tape?
Yeah.
Okay, and so that it sticks on either side of it, but not in the middle.
Yeah, let me look for a video because there are a bunch of them. Okay.
Sounds good. I tape all my hinge lines.
I use Scotch tape, the crystal clear, but I just use a sharp bamboo skewer and push it down into the gap.
I just do it a la Windy, the way he showed it on his videos on all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you spray with thread also?
But I think it's a good idea if you can put that piece of tape in the center that isn't sticky, so it doesn't stick to the gap at all. Like it leaves it free in the gap. I think that's a great idea.
Well, what I was thinking is, why couldn't you only just stick it on one side and be just like a flap, and it would suck in? The pressure would pull that down on top of the.
Look, I have a video if you guys want to watch it. It's a 5-minute video. Not even that.
Yeah, give it a try. Sometimes videos work better, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, so I can even make some comments while we are on the run. Let's see. I'm just gonna share my screen. I think that's the easiest. Well, I'm not sure. Let me get a YouTube code here.
I'm gonna take a hike for just a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Yeah. While I was sharing, I couldn't see the screen. So hello, Len, Steve, and Treon.
Hey.
Hello. How are you?
Hello. All right, here you go.
Thanks for sharing those, Eddie.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. Sorry I couldn't be there for most of it. My computer crashed.
I don't know if these are effective or not, but this is how I do it. I use really cheap curling ribbon. Hollywood ribbon is what this says. It's really cheap, thin mylar, like cassette tape. transparent tape. These also come in handy. So I know how long I need to make each piece about to get started with. See how easy? Piece of cake.
Okay.
It's not pulled straight very good. It's bowed, so I gotta re-tension it. Making sure it's pulled straight. Looks pretty good.
Is this thing playing?
Green up.
I can't hear you,
That looks
Steve. You're
easy
muted.
enough.
Yeah, I'm back. Okay, so the
Happen here.
You'd have to stretch that tape.
Just a little bit.
Say that'd work real good when you're running with that pocket setup with your hinges. That'd work really nice for that.
Yeah, I'm make, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I like that.
It seems like you'd have to put it on deflected one way or the other. Otherwise, it's not going to move. Especially in control line, you got a 90-inch ounce servo stretching the tape.
No, I don't think it's going to stretch. The tape side goes on the fixed surface, and then the ribbon side, the unsticky side, overhangs the gap.
Yep.
And the ribbon is supposed to make it kind of stiff enough to continue the airfoil, so it doesn't just fly in the wind and stuff like that.
Oh, you didn't have that.
The movable
sticky on both sides.
No, you put it on just one side, but it overhangs the gap. And then when the surface moves, it just rubs up against it. It's not attached to the moving surface.
Oh, okay. So you have to
okay, I didn't get it. Okay.
For our use, it'd have to have one on the top and one on the bottom, and they just overhang. And you could use that radius pocket setup on that. It'd work beautiful on that. And when you're whatever going to be the high pressure side would be deflected, or that it would then have the high pressure there would try to push it through, but of course it can't go through.
I had thought of doing that with a monocoat before too. I've not done it, but I considered doing it.
Yeah, that'd be easy with monocoat. You could just pull over monocoat, glue it to itself, and then leave a little 1/4-inch piece. And
I just think it would look kind of unsightly.
No, not true.
It's on the underside of the
Isn't the cassette tape a color? It must have color to it.
He was using some kind of ribbon from a
he was
Mylar
He was just using regular box or gift wrap ribbon, twirl ribbon or something like that. So you'd have to match your color and stuff like that. But I don't know, Len. I think it's the same old thing. It's a matter of practice and technique and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess so.
You could get it. You could get whatever that that piece that basically blocks the stickiness is what it amounts to.
Yeah.
That has to be the same color as the other surfaces, and it's going to be hidden pretty well.
But if it's stuck to only one side, does that mean the air just then flows over the gap? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
As opposed to going down into the gap. Okay.
It presses it against the gap and prevents it.
If we were doing that, we'd put it on the top and the bottom side, of course.
Yeah, that makes sense now. I see. Okay, that's good because it doesn't stick at all. It doesn't make your hinges sticky in any way. I think that's good.
Right.
No, not at all. Yeah. There's no influence, zero influence on that one. And say you fly a plane and say, hey, I want to try to see what happens if I have my gap sealed, right?
Right.
You saw it. It took the guy like 3 minutes, 5 minutes to do half of a wing. I mean, it just doesn't take that much time. And if you don't like it, just take it off.
Peel it off. That's right.
Right.
Simple as that.
No, I think it's a good idea. I think it's good too. I agree.
Yeah.
It's got potential.
All the gliders guys are doing that.
I think if you're doing
the ones who aren't using Kevlar hinges, at least, right? So.
Oh, even those, because they want to have a nice smooth airfoil on top and bottom.
Okay, so they're trying to make a continuous surface even with the sealed hinge. Okay, that makes sense.
So with that system, you have to have your trailing edge of your wing the same thickness as the flap or the elevator, so that it's smooth transition.
Yeah, yeah. So what they try to do, they're trying to take this. You see the gap over there?
See
So
that?
they are trying to bridge that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's already sealed on the bottom, but they try to have like a perfectly clean airfoil everywhere.
Yeah.
Every little bit of advantage that they can get. They're fanatics, so well, I learned from them.
So are we.
Yeah, Airtronics way back when the old Airtronics company, when they were making sailplane kits, they actually sold a gap seal product that accomplished what that did, and they actually had, it was a piece of clear plastic that had, it was like probably as stiff as a piece of drafting mylar or something like that, and it only had adhesive along one edge, about a 1/4 inch wide adhesive at one edge. I think it was a half, maybe 5/8 wide, and it accomplished exactly what that did, and that it stuck on one surface, bridged the gap, and then nothing attached on the other surface, so that the movable surface could move through it. So no electronics company, no magic tape anymore, but it was a darn good idea, even back then in the I guess that would have been in the early '80s or so. They were marketing that. So.
Yeah.
The reason I was thinking of using the tape method like that is because I had used the windy style gap tool for my hinges, for my pin hinges, and so I'd have a run of tape, and I'd have to stop, cross the hinge without tape, then make the next run between the next two hinges. And I thought that's when it came to me that I could just take a strip of monocoat and only heat the side down the non-moving surface and stick it on that way, and then I wouldn't have to worry about cutting it to fit in between the hinges, and no way to seal those.
Yep.
I'm not understanding. Why would you stop where each hinge is? The way Windy did it, he ran a strip of tape from one end to the other and never went right over top of the hinges.
Because I figured that I would wrinkle it up and look nasty when I ran the tape over the hinge. Put the tape all the way down and then take a sharp bamboo skewer and use that to push it into the gap as it goes.
Right.
And
Once
then
it
when
goes
you
up and down,
you make a bump, and so that would eliminate having that bump in my tape job on each hinge.
okay.
Be right back, fellas.
All right.
That's what I say makes sense.
The only thing is, I think air can still go down there where there's gaps, whereas the other way you have no gap. It's just taped end to end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, but
it does free up. Like when you first put it on, it's kind of stiff, but once you use the controls for a while, they free right up.
Yeah, I just didn't see a way of doing that without uglifying it where it went across the top of the hinge, where I put that rectangular gap so that the beveled edges of the flap and elevator, stabilizer and elevator come together, and and the tape wouldn't press in over the hinge.
See, what I did is I just watched one of his videos where he taped the airplane, and then I just did mine the same way. I just bend the control surface all the way down in one direction or the other, and then put the tape on, and then move it back and forth a few times so that the sticky part goes in the crack, like in the slot.
Yeah.
And then eventually it just frees up because it becomes not as sticky after a while.
I was gonna put some powder down in there and do that.
Yeah, that might work.
That's nice.
It's not a bad idea either.
A little bit of baby powder.
Yeah, but the only problem is it's white. If you've got a red airplane, it's going to look kind of funny.
Well,
not only that,
Windy,
now if you use baby powder, you get 17 kinds of cancer too, or so the lawsuits go. But,
I'd make a mess doing it.
I had my ovarian. I had my ovarians taken out though, so I don't got to worry about that.
Yeah.
Now, Windy would spray Pledge down the gap.
Yeah, you used to do that sometimes.
Yeah, you'd spray the Pledge furniture polish.
Spray it on a little teeny paintbrush and paint it in there.
Yeah.
If you use a sharp stick, like I'm talking about, though, it really doesn't stiffen up the hinges at all. I mean, it's still, I don't know. I don't remember giving it the gravity test now. So, that was a long time ago.
See, in a perfect world, sorry, Rusty.
I've even taken the 3/4 inch wide stuff and fold it down the middle, put a crease in it, then drop the crease down in there.
Yeah.
With that bend in there, and that tends to take out that, I don't know. You can feel it when that tape hits and lets loose. Usually on a Slimer, though, you'll get enough oil and stuff through the top of the gap in it that all loosens
up. Then it does. Eventually, it loosens up. That's right.
But with electric, it doesn't do that. That one is makes that cracking noise after all the flight.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate
Oil
that sound.
Get...
Crack, 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 crunch, crunch, crunch.
But I thought about just taking a little bit of oil, some gun oil, and running down in there and see if that wouldn't stop that from doing it.
Man, my audio is going to hell. I'm going to reboot. I don't know if y'all have any problem or not, but I can't understand anything anybody's saying. So I'm going to refresh. I'll be right back.
Go for it.
Right.
Mine's okay right now, but we seem to have lost Dennis and.
No, I'm just keeping my own console while you guys talk. That's all.
Okay, Dennis.
It's unusual that I'm this quiet, isn't it? So
we're boring you to death.
Well, let's see. I hogged the screen there for an hour, so I figure I better just shut the heck up for a while. Let everybody.
I enjoy it.
We like what you got to say.
I enjoy it very much.
Denny,
I was watching.
Denny, I appreciate. Go ahead.
I said I was watching your last conversation from last Friday when you were talking about CG comparison from wet setup to versus electric setup, and everybody was pretty much right. And
that's a first.
Yeah, so all the points were absolutely valid. It's like you had several points. Like the light more in the front, the heavier battery on the back. And so on and so forth. However, I think the internal combustion setup at takeoff has a much more forward CG compared to electric. And gradually throughout the flight, at the end of the flight, it may have a more rearward CG because as the fuel drains out of the tank, it moves backwards. And if you compare the CG during the flight versus like how you check the CG with no fuel in a plane, I mean, just that's the difference is quite, there's a difference there.
Okay, you guys mind if I hog the screen for just one more minute here?
Go for it.
Sure, yeah.
All right.
More than it.
You might not say that after you see what I have to share. All right, this is an extreme close-up. This is the Eclipse I published way back in the 80s, and this is the first airplane I ever had that basically the one that taught me about sealing hinge lines and stuff. And when I published the plan for this,
are we still here?
I showed this. Can you hear me?
No, I'm gone.
I hear you.
I hear you.
All righty. At any rate, this is a cross section through the flap, and it's kind of hard to see, but this is the way I put hinge seals on this. And of course, this is a painted airplane, not a monocoque airplane. And that little circle there is the barrel where the hinge was and stuff. Right. You see this rectangle?
Yeah.
Between all of the hinges, I cut a slot. It was ran between the hinges, and it was on the movable side. On the other side, and this is after the airplane was painted, just as I was putting the control surfaces in. On the other side, I ran along the hinges and with a knife slit between the hinges, and I embedded a narrow strip of monocoque backing material. Okay, so it was embedded here, but it was floating in this side. All right.
Mhm.
So I get the thing together, I get the hinges glued in and stuff. And the last step is I went in with a real fine syringe, and I actually put a small bead of silicone into that slot there to retain the other side
Mhm.
of the seal. So the seal was clear monocoat. I actually had people look at it and say, "You don't have seals in that." And I remember one time in particular, I actually took a blade of grass and poked it through the hinge gap, and the guy could then see that it wouldn't go all the way through because there was something blocking it. But it was a single layer of monocoat backing, so it had absolutely no, tenable resistance and bending or anything like that. And it worked very well. It was very durable through the two airplanes I used it on. So
Yeah.
Interesting.
See, the same thing could be served by Kevlar.
exactly, it's
and
a
have
non-functional version of your Kevlar. I guess would be
exactly.
the way to put it.
It's the same thing. If you cut those sticks on the trailing edge on a leading edge in two, put Kevlar in between them and build as normal. You can just break it off, break it loose, and you're done. After that, it's sealed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure why people don't use it. I mean, I don't think they think that it can be this loose as it can be,
Mm-hmm.
because it's
I
loose.
think,
You would have to
yeah,
have stiffened Kevlar though first, though, to be able to put that in there.
I think part of it might. I'm not even sure where I'd go to buy Kevlar material, and
Well, it's the first
obviously I'm
time
not.
I've seen the plans to your
The
Eclipse.
Eclipse.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah,
Solar composites, beautiful plane. Look at the aspect ratio on that wing. Holy
Oh
smokes!
yeah.
skinny. And
I
this
love the
is,
looks of it.
remember before I mentioned the spruce caps on the trailing edges? There they are, and there they are. All right.
Hmm.
So
So
you did
That could almost,
a complete airfoil on
yeah,
your flaps and
yeah. The Eclipses had the airfoil. Well, that was a straight 0018 NASA airfoil all the way out to the back, and at the tip it was a NASA 021 that I had moved the high point forward from the normal 30% to 25%. All right.
you know,
So uh, it was actually pretty contemporary as far as thickness goes, but I'm in. I think Tree and I are in the same ballpark now. I would want to go. I'd probably do it. If I was doing it again, I'd do it thinner the next time.
Hmm.
And this is also the time. This will knock your eyes out. I was worshiping Teddy Fancher at the time. Wasn't a bad guy to follow, but he was into really thick stabs and stuff, and they seemed to be working well. And I went so far as to do that on the last one. So
Hmm.
that's like right off my last airplane. You can see how incredibly thick that is. Nobody does that anymore, but it seemed to work really well. So
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, foam wing, foam
well,
stab.
I'd like to try that with that other airfoil
Hmm.
rather than the NHCA 4-digit, that Epler airfoil.
Hmm. Yeah, your Epler would
I,
be sharper through the leading edge. I think the high point was
yeah,
about the same point. Don't know what it was like. Might be a little flatter through there. I'm not sure. But
the
That's that's
oh well.
nice, but I kind of like the thinner flaps section, because when it deflects, it has a nice clean airfoil on the top of the wing, and it has a nice under camber under it. Give it.
Yeah, and I think you may have. I think you joined us after we had that conversation, but I agree, and I think after flying that airplane, flies well. I still have it. I'm still planning on restoring it actually, so I have an active NOS 30 airplane. Uh, but like you say, when the flaps are deflected, there's a big discontinuity. What I'd like to do, and I had the trailing edge of the flaps, or and the stabilizer, they were hard edged. And I think what I'm going to do is, if I was doing it again, I would at the very least radius that edge off, so it would run into the flap a little bit when the flap was deflected. You understand what I'm saying there?
Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The very last bit of the back of the wing.
Yeah.
Keep the
Imagine
flaps a little bit flatter.
radiusing it off some.
Okay.
It would,
Yeah, I
that
got
would help. That would help just to help the transition of airflow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but I think really, frankly, the best answer may be somewhere in between. I'm not sure that full thickness is a way to go. But I've never been crazy about flaps that are a 1/4 inch thick either. I just don't think they're,
No, I'm not
structurally and
saying
stuff.
that.
They're just, they're not good. So I'm
Yeah.
thinking somewhere in between the 3/8
No.
half-inch flap, and then get some kind of a, you get a broken airfoil in there and stuff. But then I really want to work harder on making that transition, as it goes over the gap. I want to make that. I want to design it for when the flaps are deflected, not when the flaps are level. I
Yes.
guess that's the best way to put it.
Yeah. No. That's absolutely exactly what my point is. And
Yeah.
actually, my flaps are about half-inch thick at the leading edge.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right on target.
But those things are so stiff; they have no bending in them whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, as you can imagine, mine were about 3/4 of an inch thick, and even in built-in balsa and foam, they were pretty doggone stiff. So,
Oh yeah.
Dennis, is your main concern with the flaps not being thin that they're too weak, or the shape?
Warping.
Warping.
well,
Okay.
yeah, with thin flaps, they'll deflect. You'll be flying through the, on the ground, it looks like you're getting, say, 30 degrees.
Right.
But when you're flying, you might have 30 degrees at the root, and at tip, it might only be 10 or 15. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Now
Because
let's
of the
get now,
because of the
yeah. Now
flex.
let's get it into a windy condition. All the control efforts are up. The wind is blowing harder or
Okay.
softer or something like that. All of a sudden, instead of say 15 at the tip, maybe you're only getting 5 or 10. Okay.
Okay.
And it's
So one thing.
different. And the real problem is that it's different than what you're used to flying with. So the airplane isn't flying the way it's supposed to because it's flexible,
So what I've
aerodynamically
tried,
flexible.
yeah.
So
So what I've tried, instead of using a 1/4 inch thick sheet of balsa, is what I do is I make a 1/8 inch core of balsa with a 1/8 inch thick leading edge, a 1/8 inch thick trailing edge, each a 1/2 inch wide, and then I put ribs in between, flat ribs, 8 inch thick, and then do the zigzag pattern in between them with balsa, and then sheet the rib on both sides with 16th balsa. Okay, with CA. So that gives me a 1/4 inch thick flap, but it is brutally stiff compared to just a sheet of balsa. And it seems to work good.
Well, here's another trick that again, we're going back to the glider guys, what they do to make stiff controls on very, very thin control surfaces.
Right.
What they do, they put a tube on the leading edge.
yes.
So they're all, you can go to a loft. It's called a loft hobbies. And they have very
Is this a
inexpensive
carbon fiber tube?
carbon fiber tube. It's unidirectional. I understand it's not braided or anything like that, but it's more than enough stiff in torsion, right? So you can build that into your leading edge, especially if your trailing edge of the wing is constant thickness. You can just use this tube on the leading edge, end to end, and you're done. That's it. It's all you need.
Yeah. I
And
think
that thing,
I actually tried that on the trailing edge of one of mine, and it worked good. Very straight and stiff.
I think Al Reeb said he was doing something like that on some of his later Mustangs. I want to say Howard Rush was doing that. I'm not exactly sure, but I think he was actually winding his own tubes and everything else. I think he was getting winding a tapered tube or something. And I see John's nodding his head. So do you remember anything about that? Howard Rush did put something in. I thought he put something in Stunthangar about it, but I could be wrong. Maybe
Yeah,
it might
he
have
did.
been in Stunt News, but
Yeah, there was an
He made
article
some.
about stiffen up the flaps.
yeah.
You put something over there, and and there's something else. Solar composites. They have biaxial carbon fiber sleeves, and they look like a sock kind of material.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
so what you do with that, you make like yourself like a square piece of stick, that's on the leading edge or whatever you want to have. You put this carbon fiber on top of it. You put some thin C on one end to lock it in, and you stretch it out, and it's going to collapse against your stick perfectly, like in a square shape. And
Mm-hmm.
after that, all you have to do is just C8 on the four sides, and that thing is stiff like a rod.
Mm-hmm.
Super easy to use.
Cool.
And it collapses. So if you look at the material, it comes in diameters, and it's rated for from this diameter to this diameter, right? So if you do the interpolation, like obviously a stick has four sides, is not round, right? And
Mm-hmm.
if you add them up and you compare them to like a circle after that, and it's going to give you the diameter. And you use that diameter when you place your order, and make sure you're in the range. And what the biaxial is going to do actually kind of goes like this around your tube in a spiraling motion, right? And it goes from two directions at the same time.
That's what they make carbon fiber props out of. I mean, pipes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You have a mandrel and you put that on there and you just pull it out and then epoxy it.
Yep. Yeah, So that material comes in all kinds of sizes, in different thicknesses, different grades, and whatever. So you just get different grade, and it doesn't add much to the construction almost at all. And because you have the equivalent of a nice strong tube on the leading edge, the trailing edge can be as flimsy as it can be, because the leading edge is what stiffens up the flaps. It's not the trailing edge. Trailing edge doesn't do much. Does some, but not much.
I remember at the team trials in, I think it was 1983. You were sitting there. Wendy was there. We were comparing our airplanes. He had his Sweeper 900 there, and he built this. The Sweeper 900 had the large James style flaps, extremely wide, like 30-degree chord flaps and stuff like that.
Huge.
And they were a quarter-inch thick. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we were, and we were comparing airplanes and stuff, and moving my controls and moving his. Yeah, they moved the same. I held the tip on his flap, and he moved the controls. He was moving the controls with almost no resistance. At the root, he was getting 30 degrees of flap, and at the tip, I was holding it still. All right. So he had these huge flaps, but they were structurally disastrous.
They were doing nothing.
Yeah. And then we were both, at that time, he had 3/32 wire control horns in it, which is what was available. And it was like,
wow.
It was like, yeah, it works on a 600 square inch airplane, but that was a 900 square inch airplane, and like I say, the flaps themselves were huge. And, it was like, holy crap, he went out and he started working on his bullet, what he was calling his bulletproof hardware. He went to 1/8 wire on everything, and
yes, he did,
and things like that. He started stiffening up the structures a lot and stuff. The airplane started flying better and everything. But
we're
by
all
comparison,
the same.
he was like, I'd move the controls in mine. He'd hold the flaps, and it was like I was getting 100% all the way out to the tip of the end of the flap, and he couldn't touch that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's the old story.
Yeah.
You only need to lose one good airplane to say, "Oh, I better step up my game."
That's it. Well, the funny thing is that he didn't even lose the airplane to it, but and it was a good flying airplane. But it's like, well, how good should it have been?
Yeah, true enough.
The things like that.
I think that's
now which Sweeper 900? Are you talking about the red one? I'm sorry, Ryan. Okay.
Yeah. No, I said stiffening up your flaps, I think, is crucial, because if they warp unequally, one side warps more than on the other side, now you have an aileron controlling your plane, and it flies very weird in the air. And if you, it's the one way to make sure it's flying nicely is stiffen up the flaps. If they deflect at the same amount, you get an equal amount of lift or negative lift, whichever the case. And I think that's important. Probably some people may have a very good flying plane, and they don't realize the flaps are so flimsy and whatever, and makes for a weird flying plane.
Yeah. And Len's question: the Sweeper 900 was white with it's either black or dark blue or
Yeah.
something like that.
Okay.
Dark.
Yeah, that was his. Yeah, I know the one. It was the Jets, the first jet styled one that he did.
Well, this wasn't a jet style.
It's very modern looking.
It was actually, yeah, it was kind of a predecessor to the Cardinal looks and stuff like that, all of those things he was doing. And he built it after the red MiG. He
Okay,
had that at the
after the. I thought
National.
it was. I thought it
No,
was before the
it was
red MiG.
immediately after, because the red MiG had it was extremely light and actually had
Okay.
structural failures after the Nationals and before the team trials. Yeah, and he built the Sweeper 900 in a hurry
Okay.
to have something to fly. I guess he had already been working on it or
Because
something.
eventually the wing folded on that one and it crashed.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was told. The Sweeper
Yeah, I don't know.
900, the wing folded.
Now in the Brodak warehouse, or where they cut their balsa, the kit, there's that big sweeper that up in the ceiling there.
That's not the MiG sweeper. That was sweeper number 2. The first sweeper he built back in the 60s.
Right.
That sweeper that's hanging in the warehouse is the first sweeper he built when he came back. That was around 1980. And he flew it at the US Nats, and I believe he was 17.
Oh, okay.
And then he built the other sweepers after that, the MiG sweeper and the Sweeper 900.
Where'd it go?
Nowadays,
Like the paint job on that.
at least I am looking to go smaller.
Yeah, but take a look at those flaps. It's a 900 square inch airplane. It was using 3/32 control horns, and I believe they were a 1/4 inch thick. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing.
Wow.
Yeah.
No.
Looks like he has a rod for a stab on that thing.
Yeah.
You got a picture up? I gotta go. Hold that. Keep that picture up, Dennis. I'm gonna have to go out and come back in.
Yeah, click the maximize button on that picture too. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, same size.
Yeah,
I like the paint job on that.
Lips, isn't it?
So yeah,
Sam Valley had one of those hanging in the shop, but I don't remember what it looked like. What
yeah,
colors
Bob
it was.
Zambelli took the airplane, took the sweeper that used to hang at Brodax, and that was like a 1,600 square inch airplane. It was insanely huge.
Yeah, I can't. There it is.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's the one.
All right. You got the same picture, Len?
Yeah, I've got the same one.
Okay.
That's cool.
So
there's a lot of people who are interested. I don't know exactly why, but in that airplane and wanting to build one of those, but there's no plan out there anywhere.
I am a little surprised to hear that. Yeah, I know he threw it together in a hurry and stuff like that, but I thought he documented his stuff pretty well.
That's probably why there's no plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a bunch of guys on Stunthangar a couple of months ago were bantering on about that airplane and trying to get a plan for it, and they couldn't
there
get
are.
much.
There's a thread in the Nostalgia 30 forum about Big Jim's Nostalgia 30 designs, and Wendy was the most visible user, of the Big Jim's designs and stuff like that, and so he had a lot of them.
Yeah.
And a lot of the stuff that Wendy did was, either.
Well, him and Bob Barron.
Barron did some stuff too. Yeah, I think Barron was doing. I think he had a lot of original thoughts in his stuff though too. So anyhow,
I'm sure. Wendy followed Big Jim with very religiously his ways of doing stuff, from what I gather.
Especially in the nose area, from the fuselage.
Yeah. So Yeah, somewhere
Well,
along the
those are
line.
designed to run a big Stunthangar 60,
Yeah.
and those shook a lot.
I think probably his earliest airplanes didn't really respect the engine that way. You know, there is a ton of power, and yes, they do shake because all the parts are that much bigger. And I think over time, I think he spent an awful lot of time just learning how to build a big airplane. You know, and frankly, helping a lot of other people who are using the big engines. So.
A lot of people would say that, the big airplanes aren't competitive and so forth, but I think he did a pretty good job of making them work most of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a few failures. I mean, some of them didn't work as well as others, but some of them worked pretty darn good with, bigger type engines like Rojet 76s and so forth.
So.
I mean, even his Spitfire with the Rojet 90, one of his last airplanes, I mean, it was pretty competitive. He still made the top 5 at the Nats.
Yeah. I still fly with anything like that. The airplanes were, the Spitfire and the Strega and stuff, you can definitely see they shared a lot of DNA and whatever. I'm sure his Cardinals. And what was the last one they got airplane? A Tribute, was it? Or something like that.
Tribute was his last big airplane. Yeah, that was the last one.
And then
after that, he built the.
I was going to say him and I forget the other guy's name. They were working on trying to mold airplanes and stuff like that. I don't think they were, they weren't nearly as far along as Trian is on his and stuff, but they were doing some interesting
not
stuff.
As far along.
So
yeah.
I
watched those videos on what they did over there, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
Anyways,
I have one of those wings in the airplane he gave me.
You got one of the molded airplanes?
Yeah, I have the Novanta. I have the airplane.
Okay.
I remember your nephew was molding airplanes, wasn't he, Denny?
He was molding fuselages and plugging in foam wings. So yeah, he did that. He actually won advanced at the nationals with one, and it took it apart at the end of the contest or at the end of the nationals. Is all of a sudden there's he got pieces of airplane going all over the place. Everybody wanted to see how he built it and everything like that. But yeah,
I'll go get a wing. Bob Smith glue. I got a Bob Smith airplane. I'll show it to you guys.
All right.
Got a plane made out of CA.
Yeah.
Bob Smith. Good one, Rusty.
Indeed. Indeed.
I keep getting kicked out tonight. This is the first time it's ever happened to me, but you know how y'all just disappear sometimes and then come right back.
Hey, welcome to my world.
Rusty, can you get perhaps a little bit better connection? Because your connection is always bad, and since you're the leader of the pack,
that's right.
I think everything goes through you, and could that be it?
I don't think so, Trayan, because when I kill my connection, y'all still stay lit up because I can pick my phone up. If my computer goes down completely, I can pick my phone up and y'all are still there crystal clear.
Okay. Yeah. I'm looking like Steve has the best image, And
is my image fuzzy to you?
Yeah, it's fuzzy. Yeah.
Actually,
what I did
tonight, Lenny's looking pretty good too.
Is I listened to Rusty and I went and bought the cheapest Logitech camera thing, hooked it on my computer, good to go. Pay $11 for it. I think $11.95.
Yeah, my Logitech, it's a C270, but it's been a great little microphone and camera.
Can
but I'm going to go ahead and call Time One Spectrum.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah. This is a Bob Smith airplane. And
looks like a wing.
Yeah, it's a wing, but it's hollow on the leading edge, and you can kind of see it on the wingtips.
Yeah.
And then it's got a balsa trailing edge, but it's all fiberglass.
I can't see anything. I'm gonna have to go out and come in again.
He patented it. It says patented.
I'm not sure what he could patent on that. Glass skin on foam surfaces isn't.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just fiberglass right over top of foam.
Mm.
You know, you can make a super nice wing without a lot of investment, and it's composite too. And you can make it with foam from Home Depot, that Dow 40 that they have over there. And you can make like a male mold and vacuum bag it. So the idea, you get mylars, and you put the fiberglass on the mylar, then you put the foam on it, and the foam has the so it's a sandwich. It's mylar on the outside of the wing, fiberglass, then the foam, then the fiberglass again, right? And you put that with a vacuum bag on the top of your positive mold, right?
Mm-hmm.
And next day you just trim off the edge and build like a 2-3 rib structure, and take these shells and just put them on top and bottom of the wing. Yeah, and if you follow good technique, it should be super light too.
I know that one guy there, he's Eastern European. He took that blue foam and made a whole airplane out of it, and just covered it with a 1/2 ounce fiberglass cloth.
He's Hungarian.
Yeah, but when you do that, it's all about technique. If you want to make a light part, it's all about technique. Because if you give somebody the same foam, the same carbon fiber, the same epoxy, the same everything, he's gonna make you a brick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's all about how you use it. It's
That's like on flaps. People are saying, I always, in the last couple of airplanes of Samantha's, I take 1/2 ounce fiberglass cloth with polyester, SIG polyester resin, and put that down. And I mean, them flaps are so stiff, and it adds probably 1/2 ounce to both, 1/4 ounce per flap. But
how do you put it?
I run it with run it square to it, I guess.
0.90.
Yeah.
If you put it 45, it's gonna be even stiffer. And here's a trick on how to do it, Steve. When you put the resin into it, use a roller, like a paint roller, one of those foamy ones. Okay. And if you take that roller and just move it like this over a piece of paper, and you see the epoxy over there, you have too much. Okay. It should be very, very dry, right? Now, what you're gonna do, you put your fiberglass on top of your flaps and use the roller, which is kind of dryish, right? But what's gonna happen is gonna put the absolute minimum amount of epoxy in it. If you use anything like if you use a brush, if you use a wet roller or something like that, it's gonna put so much epoxy on it, and it's gonna soak into the wood. I mean, you have a brick on your hands right away.
Well, what I use is polyester. I don't use epoxy.
Same thing.
Polyester is an epoxy.
Yeah. I learned that from Sparky a long time ago when he was laminating wood, and how little glue you actually need. Almost none.
If you take polyester and do 7/8 of an ounce of polyester, 1/8 of an ounce of acetone, mix it up, double the amount of hardener, so it'll be 30 drops instead of 15. It is so water thin, you need hardly nothing, and you can lay down fiberglass like you cannot believe.
Yes, and if you use a roller that's pretty dry, you're gonna put even less than that. So it's gonna be a nice solid bond, very good bond, very stiff. And because you put the fibers at plus minus 45 degrees, It gives you a far better torsional resistance than you ever had before. And that's what you want on the flaps, torsional resistance, right?
Yeah.
But in general, like anybody that does composite work and they want to have a light part, what they do, they put the fabric in, they get it wet, and they blot it out, take everything out of it. Then they put the foam or whatever it's on the other side. So they almost work with it separate, get it wet, get it dry, and then they put it on top of the foam. And obviously the foam has to be vacuumed, has to be clean. Otherwise the bond is on the dust. It's gluing on the dust. It's so little resin in there that it's just gluing on the dust. And the dust is sufficient to delaminate the stuff. But if you have a nice clean surface with that technique and with a vacuum bag, this pusher gives you like 25-30 psi per square inch. I mean, it's a nice pressure over there. It's going to have a nice bond. And what they do, they actually put the fiberglass on mylar, or you can probably use just about anything that's takes some kind of release agent on top of it, like a sheet of whatever, something thin, the 10,000s to 14,000s of an inch thick piece of plastic. So you can put PV on top of it if you want to let it dry. Then you put the fiberglass on top of it, put resin in it, put paper towels, use a hard roller and just take most of the resin out. And you take this piece of plastic with the fiberglass on top of it, put it on top of the foam, throw it in a vacuum bag, and when you peel it off, it's going to give you a nice smooth finish to it too.
But it has to be the blue foam. It can't be like, I don't understand how he did this type of wing, because if you vacuum bagged it,
that will collapse.
Well, it collapses, but it can, if you don't put that much pressure, it'll expand the air that's inside the foam and make it bumpy and distorted.
Yes, you do need a closed cell foam for that. That's
not expanded.
Yeah, but you can make any kind of shells. I mean, it's like if you make, say you make a plane and you make your molds for the fuselage, right? You can easily do it with this stuff, just throw it on top of it instead of using balsa. Now you use foam and fiberglass and stuff like that. That thing is so light. I mean, it's just like you're building a feather.
Yeah. Oh, Craig, we lost Steve. I
he
think
went to get
there was somebody serving the pattern community. It may have been Bob Smith, may have been somebody else. They were actually pre-curing glass sheets to use as in place of balsa sheeting on a wing. In other words, you would get this thin layer of cloth. It would be basically finished on one side and a slightly cloth texture on the other side. But you would glue that down on the foam like a piece of balsa. I'll bet you that's the way that wing was made. That would explain how we could get it without vacuum bagging it or anything like that.
Yeah.
I remember talking to Bob about that. He knew the guys. Yeah. I don't know if Bob did it, but he knew the people who were doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and by the way, if you want to use paint in that technique, you can just paint put the PV, do the layer of paint, let it dry, and then you come with the fiberglass stuff like that. And then when you peel it off, you already have the outer surface semi-finished already.
Mm-hmm.
This thing is called the Volt Air, and I don't know if you see this.
No, all we can see is just, we can sort of see it.
All I can see is the wrinkles.
Oh no! Look at the plan.
Face.
Okay, now we can see the bulkheads.
But it's stringers. Could you get away from using balsa wood and just cover that with silk or polyspan or something like that?
You know what? I wouldn't even do that. If you look at the shape of the fuselage, how nice and round it is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's ideal for making a shell out of something and just mold it.
Yeah, all that cross, all that curvature and stuff like that. That'd be a spectacular, wonderful molded surface.
Yeah,
That would be
easy.
great.
Yeah.
Two layers of 1/16 balsa over a
Yes.
form.
Mm-hmm. And you don't need any of the formers. You don't need any of the stuff. Maybe some reinforcing on the nose. And what I would do, just get some perhaps 150 or 200 grams carbon fiber at the 45 degrees, and stick it on top of the of a wax paper, right? So with very little 377, and you just put some 377 on the other side. You use the wax paper as a transfer, like a transfer tape, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you lay it inside the shell, and you work it out your hands from the center to the outside, and the 377 is going to make it stick perfectly to the shell itself. And you remove the wax paper, take the scissors, trim it off to the edge nicely, and then you can just wet it out and just let it be.
Mm-hmm.
But
Steve,
what I
Steve,
don't
is that
he has
Steve
all the
Reynolds airplane?
formulas on here and everything, but how would you make the shell for it?
Simple. I
Make a
mean,
form.
you have your former shape and cut them in half, put them on top of a piece of MDF that has the size of your fuselage, and fill it with foam in between.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Blend it in, and you're done. And
Is
do the shell on the
is
outside of
that
it.
Scott Reynolds' airplane?
What?
Is that Scott Reynolds' airplane?
It is. Who did I get from? I got it from a guy at Brodak. I paid him. He sent me the plans. It just says Volt Air.
I'm trying to think. Scott Reynolds, the guy who makes the handles and stuff like that. He flies an airplane called
Yeah. He never built it, but he has one in IC that he had.
Oh, that seems odd because Scott always flies electric now.
Well, maybe. Well, I don't know how many years I've had this plan.
Okay.
So he may have. It says Volt Air, the real one copy. So I don't know what that.
Oh well.
What that means, but I mean, I may have got that back in like 2012, 2011, because I wanted to try something in electric with a round front end.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he had one, and he had plans at home, and he'd send me the plans. So he may have built it now and flown it, but at the time there wasn't that airplane.
Mm-hmm.
He had another one with the round front end like that, but it had a motor in it. It was like that Cloud Dancer or Pole Dancer or whatever, that some kind of dancer.
Yeah, that would have been John Ashford.
Yeah,
designed those.
Yeah, I did the plans in CAD for him. Those are interesting airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought that would be a great airplane to turn into electric with the round front end like that.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we always say this would be great electric. I think they're all great in electric.
Yeah.
Honestly, God. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's there's no qualifiers on that. You know.
Well, what it was, though, Dennis, is that this was before you came up with a scoop, and the motors got hot. You know, so they cut the spinner and all that to try to cool things, which I don't like. A spinner with a bunch of damn holes cut in it and stuff. They don't work all that great anyway. But to do like Paul Walker did, have the motor in there, then have the spinner smaller than the opening in the round cowl.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea.
You know, that was my idea on something like this. And that guy was Reynolds or whatever his name was. He was talking about that. But then you came up with that little scoop, and that solved all that problem. I mean, with that little scoop on there, it forces the air through that motor is so good that they don't get hot.
What scope, Steve?
Oh, that chin scoop arrangement that that I was showing off before. Let's see where.
Yeah, earlier in the show when you had the scoop to cool the rear motor, is that what he's talking about?
That?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It runs it in here and then up into the motor. And I mean, I've with a heat gun and stuff like that, and it's like ambient temperature when you're done, and you can really pour the cold of these things and run as fast as you want, and the motor does not get hot that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here I go again. Speaking of brown noses and electric airplanes, all right. How's that for a cooling opening?
Yes, that's what I was, talking about that I wanted to do with that plan. But like I said, once you came up with that little air scoop, it's really unnecessary.
Yeah, I've done the thing, several times with the undersized spinner and stuff like that. That works like crazy too. That's easy. But yeah, but there's just so many things we can do. It's like comes back to the same old question. One of my brothers asked me this. He posed a question like 10 years ago. He says, "What does an electric airplane look like?" All right, and what it looks like is it doesn't look like a gas airplane. It doesn't need a chin scoop to cool a cylinder. It doesn't. What else doesn't it need? It doesn't need to have the thrust line in a certain place so you can get the vertical CG right. You can get the vertical CG by other means and stuff like that. And if we make all of our airplanes, it seems, to try to mimic full-size airplanes and stuff, and it's like, well, instead of modeling airplanes that were powered by 1930s, Monasco B inline engines and stuff with chin cowls and stuff, it's like, okay, now we can design them like they're powered by turboprops or something like that, with long skinny noses and annular inlets for the air cooling and stuff like that. That's all right back in the game. So
what I think though with your little air scoop on in the front there, whatever you want to call it, being that there's low pressure on the backside of that motor, is what you're not really blowing it through, you're sucking it through that motor, and that's why it works so well.
Yeah. I don't know. I've always thought it was a lot. I'd rather work with positive pressure than negative pressure, but I'm not going to argue with it one way or the other. I think it just that scoop basically chokes the inlet openings of the motor. You can get enough air in there, pumping in there, and of course, if you don't have anything good downstream, it could all back up too. But that's not usually the problem. So.
Well, like on air conditioning stuff, the big systems.
Yeah.
We always pull air through.
Okay. Yeah.
It's so much.
Okay, I understand. I understand where you're coming from.
Much more, because air is kind of like a spring.
Mm-hmm.
As you push it, it just slows down. So it'll actually stop. It's like water.
Mm-hmm.
The hydraulic system. You get a little bit of air in it, and the flow will just stop.
Mm-hmm.
But if you suck that through the system, it's fine.
Okay.
Air doesn't bother it that bad, but however that works, if it's high pressure, low pressure, whatever, it works well, and the motor just stays ambient temperature about.
What I did on mine, when I make mine, I actually, when I mount the motor over here, it seals everything. The air that goes through the sides here, they go right into the core of the motor.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of bypasses the outside of it. So it's all concentrated, it's all focused. But that being said, I think it's the motors get hot because people try to use too small of a motor for the propeller and the work they need to do.
Well, that's
I think there's a bunch to be said for that. Too much prop, too little motor, too much airplane.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot of mystery about selecting motors and stuff. And it's like, they're putting 13-inch props on motors that can't turn 13-inch props. And well, it didn't burn up, so it must be all right. Well, no.
Maybe not.
Well, and all the heat is what? Wasted energy, right?
Well, that's it. You take the electrons and you turn them into heat. And,
Yeah.
it's the funniest thing that pink airplane I just had up on the screen. I went from a correct size motor, flew the airplane, but it was a little tail heavy. So the easiest way to add nose weight is I went one size larger motor.
Mm-hmm.
One size larger motor, my battery usage reduced by 150 milliamps per flight. Huh? How'd that happen? Well, the motor wasn't working very hard. It wasn't drawing any current.
It
It
doesn't
was
need
spinning
to.
the same prop, the same speed. Guess what?
Mhm. Yep. So by putting a bigger motor, you can use a lighter battery now.
Well, that's the ultimate thing is you take the whole system now. And it's like, okay, I got a bigger motor. It's using less power, so I can use a smaller battery. And which means it's going to use less power again because less weight is
Smaller
still.
ESC.
Yeah, you get a secondary bang out of it.
Smaller
And
ESC, less
yeah,
expensive.
yeah. So
Yeah.
there's the whole optimization equation, it seems, changes. When with electric, because number one, you can depend on exactly what power you're getting and everything like that. And number two, you just start stacking up components, and this will work, but it's not. It's not as efficient as if you use this, or efficient is effective, I suppose.
Has
You can
anyone
always
heard,
get tangled up in those words.
has anyone heard about the Toledo show this year? If they're going to have it?
I had heard that it was on,
Oh, okay.
but I haven't seen any ads for it.
I haven't either. But last year when I was there, they had I forget who was making it. It was purple. But they had a pattern motor that looked like a radio motor. The thing was huge, real thin and real big. And they said it just had tremendous torque and stuff for.
Well, yeah, large diameter motor would have torque. I think what I like about some of the drone motors they make, they're pancake motors like that,
Yeah.
and instead of having 12, stacks or 12 coils, 12 slots, whatever,
Yeah.
they'll have like up to 24. All right. What that means is basically 24, times around, which means that when you go to modulate that motor, you're getting twice as many signals, which means it should modulate, that much more refined. It should govern that closer and everything like that. So, but the trouble is that I keep watching. I haven't seen any of those motors in sizes I can use.
Mm-hmm.
The multi-pole motors. There's some 18s and there's some 24s out there, and I think I'd like to try them over the 12s. So
I would like to try a 50-30 if I find one.
a 50-30 motor?
Mm-hmm. If I find one. But usually as you go high up in diameter, you don't have the RPM that we need.
Yeah, the KVs are really, really low. You got to put a ton of battery in it.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. You need and the drone motors or the multi-copter motors are usually fairly low kV and very low current ratings too.
Mm-hmm.
So they're spinning big props slow, making lift out of that. So, but nothing that we can use. So.
Yeah. So, but you see that they're far more effective over there because electric
Build
motors
bigger
really love
airplanes.
the low RPM.
Mm-hmm.
And low RPM with high diameter and high pitch, good friends on an electric motor. They're completely opposite than IC motors. I mean, I think they should be treated as such. I mean, it's just IC love with they love the high RPM, high torque at high RPM. Electrics are completely the opposite. So you can't.
I have finally got that through my crocodile brain that I need. That's at next year's experiments. Is I'm going to start pitching up and bringing the RPM down and stuff like that, and see what I can get out of that. But
Yeah,
I'm definitely on that. I know on like that SV11 that I just use that for experiments and whatever. I don't
Yeah.
buy it that much, but I can take 1,000 RPM out of that with a different prop, and I think that would really, like a plenty of motor to turn this prop and everything like that, and I think it would work out really well.
Yeah.
Actually, kind of looking forward to trying that. So.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Yeah.
When do you run out of all those like prop slippage? When you have real high angle of attack on that blade and stuff like that?
Well, let me fly a couple of hundred flights, and I'll let you know.
Oh, okay.
Or not.
I was wondering. I heard about.
I'll let you find out for yourself, Steve. So I'm going to share all the news. But.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, seriously, Triumph's right on target with that. IC motors are low torque. As soon as you load them up, they lose RPM. Like the only way, and I think they've been successful with, with pipes and all that silliness. They're successful because they're spinning so fast that in a short-term maneuver, like a square loop or something like that, they don't give up as much RPM just by sheer inertia. So I don't know, something like that.
I just wondered where the cutoff point was to.
Yeah, I don't really know. And I was always on that page that, it always seemed to make sense that a flat pitch prop spinning fast was, good static thrust. It seemed like a good idea. And well, ultimately that's where what it's going to come down to is when you're not getting enough thrust in low speeds and stuff.
Yeah. Well, I was Dennis, I was playing with that. It was prop thrust calculator. And I understand it's not perfect. It's far from perfect, actually. But I think it has some assumptions built into the calculator because it's a very general calculator, right? So, but if you look at it, it's like let's say you have what are the goals? The same thrust, okay, and the same speed, right?
Right.
So I started with a 12-4 3-blade at 10,500 RPM, typical tune pipe motor, right? Pitch and stuff, right? So we calculate like 80 ounces of thrust and or 85 ounces of thrust and some 60 miles per hour, something like that, whatever it was over there. So I didn't really care. I just want to keep those two numbers in mind, right? And then I start to play like, what if I go to a 2-blade prop, right? And I play with RPM, stuff like that, until I get the same exact two numbers, right? And I was looking at the power consumption, right? And one thing that was interesting that happened over there is that as the diameter went higher, the number of blades went to the low end, the 2-blade prop, right? I didn't go for 1-blade prop, but just 2-blade prop, right? So it's a 2-blade prop at a lower RPM with much higher diameter and much higher pitch. You get the same thrust, the same speed, right? So same thrust means the same acceleration of the corner, same speed, it means you fly the same way. Nothing changes, right? But the RPMs drop. So what I found out by just, this crude investigation, I don't say it's real life or something, it's crude investigation, is that you can achieve the same thrust with the same speed on lower RPMs, which suits our motors more. That's
what they found with the 4-strokes. Once they started going for the higher pitched props, they started getting to what you found that they actually work better for them. They're now running 6,000 to 7,000 RPM instead of up at 9,000 like they were before. And the bigger pitched prop seems to work far better for them, as you found out the electric.
Yeah, and I can see it for electric, but I'm not sure I'm buying it for a 4-cycle. It almost sounds far-fetched because 4-cycle, they like the higher RPM. They should be more effective over there. So if you match a good prop over there, it should be pretty good. So I'm not sure how is that making any sense. I might be wrong.
Reeves, who's probably the preeminent voice to be heard on four strokes, is advocating that 6,000 to 7,000 RPM, hardly ever over 7, and for that very reason. So I think a four-stroke makes more torque at lower RPM than a two-stroke does, and I think that's probably why they're using it in its torque range rather than its RPM range.
I see. They were using with the max torque, not max RPM.
Yeah, I think head to head, I've never heard of a four-stroke that would outturn a two-stroke, RPM wise and stuff like that. And their calling card has always been a lower RPM, if you will, higher torque, bigger prop kind of thing. But not necessarily going fast unless you're going to go fast with a lot of pitch or something. But
yeah, I can definitely see that.
Bob Reeves over down in Oklahoma, he basically pushing the same conclusion on that. That the best way to run, this guy Reeves has some of the best running four-stroke engines I've ever seen, and he was pushing 6.5, 7 pitch props. I don't know what RPM, but he was way up there, and people saying, "Well, gee, you can get away with it." Yeah, you can get away with that. They work really, really good. So,
what is he flying? Pattern?
Now, Bob Reeves was flying. He's flying. I think advanced class. Stunt, and he's one of what's his name? Joe. Why can't I think of Joe's last name? Gilbert. Joe Gilbert's flying buddies. They actually had the last team trials in his backyard. They flew in Oklahoma last year. They flew it in Bob Reeves' backyard. All right. So
cool.
So yeah. But anyhow, yeah, Bob worked. He was the one. He developed the left-hand the left-hand rotation Satos. Found the camshaft from one of the Sato twins. If you swap the camshaft out, it would run backwards. All right. So he's using reverse pitch props on his Satos. I think he called them Otases or something like that. Whatever you get when you spell Sato backwards. And they ran like crazy. He was doing things like using a 1/4-inch nylon screw in the carburetor as a means of controlling the power rather than the needle valve. I'm still struggling with how he was doing that, but he was like basically adjusting the throat area as a means of adjusting the power, not changing, richening or leaning the needle. Or of course, I suppose the two were working together. But he would tune the engine with the carburetor screw in addition to the needle valve. He's doing a lot of really creative things with it. And all I know is that his stuff works.
Yeah,
that's
there's so many things.
That's a heck of that's a heck of a thing to get past. So
there are so many things that actually work, and it's just like it's room for everybody. Just like whatever you want to have, whatever you do, it's I mean, you can have it and do it. So yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting to what you find. Yeah,
it's exciting times. I mean, we're in in my mind, we're in a new golden age of design right now. The rules have changed a little bit to let us, go back and revisit some things and take some different directions, and things like what you've done. Balsa wood, good or bad, is getting scarce. Even lousy balsa is getting scarce. We're going to be forced to figure out how to build differently. There's no question, in my mind at least, that the composite construction you're doing is the best. I'm not sure that that's going to be the friendliest for builders. For all builders.
I wish I could hear half of what you guys are saying, because it sounds like good stuff.
Yeah.
No, I just have my professor voice on right now, Rusty, so I sound a lot more important than I really am. So
I'm only making out about 1 out of every 3 words that anybody says. So yeah, not good.
That's too bad.
We make up all of your words, Rusty. So yeah, Dennis, it depends how you build and what kind of shape you choose. For example, believe it or not, in a molded plane, perhaps an elliptical airfoil is the easiest one to make. Is not the straight wing. Anything that's going to go down to a point and smoothly transition from the root to the tip. If you have something that's like a straight taper with that hard turn around the tip, it's a pain in the butt to make. Elliptical is super easy. So if you build like a Spitfire-ish kind of plane, you're golden over there. It's perhaps the easiest to mold. Yeah, really, honestly.
Well, easiest to mold and actually structurally the most efficient too, because you got 3-dimensional curves. Everything is just so tremendously supported and everything like that. So, yeah.
And you don't need much support inside. I mean, if you take some of the dollar foam from the store, you take the paper off of it and you just cut it with a knife, and it just get your 2-3 panels maximum. 2 perhaps is more than enough, and a spar, a vertical wall, just works as a spacer. That's all you need inside of it.
Yep.
So you can put that structure on the rods, get your sheeting, glue it on top and bottom, you're good to go. Simple as that. And I think it's just maybe on a trailing edge. Yeah, I mean on a flaps area, just put some stack up some balsa, put some Kevlar in between them. So when you're done with everything and you cut out the hinge area, you already have a hinge that's built in there, and you're done.
Yeah.
Super easy.
Well, hey, maybe we'll just keep following John here in his flapless airplanes, and we won't have to worry about building the flaps at all, right, John? So.
Well, they're different birds.
Yeah. Cheyenne, have you had any experience with the so-called the Tyvek material for hinges? I've heard of that
Tyvek,
being used in molded structures. You know what I mean? It's like they make the postal envelopes out of it, whatever.
Yeah, some people are using it, but I think it's kind of stiff.
Okay.
And sometimes it does break. So yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I get my Kevlar is the 1.7 ounces per square meter, and you can get it for like $25 a square meter or something like that. And out of that, you can make as many planes as you want to have.
You can make a lifetime of hinge lines out of that. So,
pretty much, yeah. I mean, you only use like a half an inch to 3/8 of an inch strip. So you get your material. Probably first thing you're gonna do, just like Steve is saying, like get some epoxy with very thinned out, something very thin stuff, and just roll it on top of it, blot it out with paper towels and let it dry. And after that, you use a straight edge. You draw your lines, and you cut your strips of Kevlar after that. And you cut them at 45 degrees, right?
Okay, yeah.
So they are already semi-rigid. It's very easy to work with them. And just use thin CA to glue them on. You just put like one stick on top of each other, like make like a trailing edge, then make a leading edge, stick on top of each other, glue them in place, put them inside the mold and everything. And once you're done with everything, take an X-Acto knife and cut that, and cut the V over there, and just shape it up a little bit. You can paint inside there, not a worry in the world, because you can scrape the paint off, and as you move it back and forth, it's gonna the resin that's inside the fiber is gonna break down. And all you being left in time is gonna get smoother and easier to move. It's sealed, and it will never break. The Kevlar will never break.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Well, what I was thinking was that if you took like one of them little X-Acto saw blades and put in a drill press, and then built your trailing edge and put a groove in it on both the wing and the flap, then build them. And then if that was stiff enough, you could put it in there and glue it in place, when you put your flaps on. Because otherwise, to build a traditional build-up wing, I don't know how you jig that all up to build your flaps on the wing and everything.
Well, the flaps is going to be built inside the wing, and the whole sheeting goes from leading edge all the way to the back to the flaps. So we have one shell on the bottom, one on the top.
Yeah, but
the
if
trailing edge with the Kevlar, it's already there.
You're building a kit, how would you do it?
How would I do it with kit? Okay, for a kit, what I would do, I would make like ribs that you put on the top of the table, right? They form a crate, right? And you take your lower shell and you put it right on top of those balsa shapes with double stick tape, so they are nice and in position. You put your frame over there. You put your trailing edge with the Kevlar and whatever, and get some splooge and just build it all the way around. Get your top shell, smoosh it down. Maybe a couple of pieces of tape on the leading edge. Maybe something to hold light pressure on top of it, and you're done.
If I buy a kit from Brodak, they don't come with shells.
Well, that's the way that if
But
you want to make it for
you do it with a normal kit.
Oh, that's the question. Okay, I got it. Well, then with the normal kit, you build your plane as normal as you do, and at the very end, take your X-Acto knife blade and you just slit the trailing edge open, or you can just modify the trailing edge by building it with two pieces instead of one, and stick the Kevlar in between them.
Yeah, and then have it stiff enough so you could push it in there and then glue it, is what I'm saying is.
Yeah, but Kevlar, as I said, the Kevlar already has some epoxy in it.
Yeah.
So it's like a thin sheet of paper, only it's a lot stiffer.
Yeah, when you described it,
I mean, I can just shake the wing and the flaps just flop around on it now.
Yeah, and the more you use it, the looser it's gonna get. It gets better in time. That's the cool part of it. Because the Kevlar, the epoxy inside of the Kevlar, where it starts to move, and the fibers are moving, it breaks off and exits the Kevlar actually. Wow. And the Kevlar is so durable, yeah.
Okay. Hey, I want to change the subject. Len, are you still there? Len?
Hey, Len.
Yeah.
He probably fell asleep. He turned on his camera because he can hear better.
Yeah, camera's off.
Yeah, I'm afraid we may have lost that. Okay. There was a Canadian design. I mentioned the guy's name. The guy I used to fly with, his name was, he lived literally right across the river from Detroit. His name was Fred Chellier. He had an airplane called the Snowbird. And it'd be a nifty little nostalgia 30 design to fly. Well, not little, actually. It was a big airplane, big for its time, contemporary by today's standards. I thought there was a plan for it, but I can't find it listed anywhere. And I thought Len might know something about it. I have to bug him about it offline, maybe. So, okay.
He might have dozed off on us. I got my sound back now, so that's good.
Well, all of a sudden you went from red to yellow on your connectivity.
Yeah, I went in the bedroom and turned Pandora off because I had music streaming to it, so maybe that had something to do with it. But it's better now.
I have some bad news about the football game for
LSU won.
I got a notification a minute ago.
It looks like they won pretty comfortably, actually. So
it was.
I didn't see the score
until the third quarter. I mean, they were only 3 points apart, and then LSU just.
42-25 is a pretty good good beating. So
yeah, it was.
That's 25. Hey guys, I have a long day tomorrow. Good night.
Hey, Tryon, before you go, you can say where you get your Kevlar at. All right, I didn't hear it.
The Kevlar store.
TFC?
Solar composite. No, it wasn't. Okay,
If you want, just PM me on the forum if you want.
Carbon Specialties.
Kevlar cloth.
Kmart.
Target.
I don't know. We lost him before he.
You lost him, yeah. He's trying to send you something.
Hmm.
All right, probably send me something.
Yeah, well.
Mm.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to buy it. It sounds like something that would be worthwhile to try, but I wouldn't even know where to get it. So
I bet Wayne would know. I'll ask him because he's doing a lot of the stuff that Trey does with gliders, and he works with all that highfalutin, fancy European stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You think McMaster might have it? McMaster, I mean.
MasterCar. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I would be surprised. I guess I always associate McMaster car with more traditional materials and stuff.
There he's back.
There he is. He's back.
Nuts and bolts.
Yeah.
So, Brian, what have you been doing with your time off?
What have I been doing my time off?
I don't know. I was kind of figuring he's probably got 50 or 60 flights since the new year or something like that. But yeah.
Yeah, I wish. No, school
I
started,
figure
so
you got
I'm
a new
back
plane.
to that stuff.
I figure you got a new plane being formed up every other day.
Yeah, he's got a whole fleet of them now. So
Yeah,
all interchangeable parts and everything else.
yeah,
They all
yeah.
fly.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I'll see you Friday.
Hey, here
See,
you go,
see.
guys. I put a message in a message box for the Kevlar. If you
That
guys
sounds
want to
good.
grab it from there and
In the
switch.
message box.
Yeah. See
Okay.
where the hand is and a TV screen next to the hand. This looks like a.
Okay.
Yep.
All
Yep.
right.
One message
Thank you.
in the box. We got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sweetcomposites.com. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's style of
Excellent.
120, 120. If you
Dial
say,
120. Okay.
yeah, it's a style of 120, and you see, it's like $20 a yard. It's really seconds. You don't need the best of everything. Like you can use that one stuff. It's very inexpensive.
Okay.
You take 3 yards of that stuff. It's gonna have enough hinges for the rest of your life. Seriously. I mean, how much costs you for a set of hinges? Like $10, $15 a
Pretty
box.
close.
Yeah, and you make what, one plane? So
Right.
So this is a better deal.
Okay.
it.
I'll check.
And you don't even need an extra roll of tape to seal the hinge line. So
No, you don't need none of that.
Yeah, that's what I like about it.
that's it.
I'm not gonna go full span anyway, so that's gonna even save me even more.
Yeah. And here's another one. I'm gonna give you another site here. If you guys want to make flaps with the biaxial sleeve on top of it. Solar. Okay. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, let me copy. And here you go, guys. All for you.
All right, you the man.
So here's the other one. This is solar composites. And if you go on this side, you say tubular sleeving, and then you go to carbon sleeves. There you go. And it tells you how, what do you have here, right?
Okay, I'm writing this up down here.
Yeah, I just pasted it in my video show notepad too. I always keep Notepad open for showing, for jotting stuff down like that.
So you have the 3K light carbon sleeves, and if you can see the diameter, it has a minimum and maximum diameter. So you keep that in mind when you order, okay?
All right.
And let's get back.
So do your math, right? So, but you have quite a generous, like, so you have from 600 thousandths diameter to 0.14. So probably this one, the half an inch diameter is going to be perfect for just about anything you're going to have.
Okay.
Yeah, because of 140,000 diameter, it's a little bit over 1/8 inch, right? And 600,000 diameter, it's close to over half an inch, right? So how big of a stick you're going to use? So my best guess is here, just use this 0.5. And look,
Okay.
it's 57 cents a foot. I mean, yeah,
That's not bad.
yeah. 53 if you buy 30 feet, but whatever, you know. And they're good about it. I mean, it's just this is I did business with them and they do a good job. So that's that. Um, yeah, yeah. Make a carbon fiber square rod in front of your flaps. Put a leading edge. Cut a slit through it so you can put the carbon fiber. I mean the Kevlar hinge in it. Slide it on the back of your elevator, and you good to go.
Sounds bulletproof.
It's easy, you know. Yeah, that's how I did the my boy's twister. Actually,
Mhm.
that's how the hinges are done on that plane. But it was a pain in the ass. You know why? Because the balsa was so hard on the leading edge on the twister. I mean, God, I mean, I think I could have chopped somebody's head off if I was just using like a sword.
Somebody to death.
so, so hard. But
Yeah.
you know, I just got my exact knife blade in there, just cut some slots. Yeah, I didn't even care how exact they were, as long as I put them at the right height consistently
Right.
and in the same line, right? And I did
Yeah.
the same
Right.
on the trailing edge. I slide it carefully inside, and after I slide it inside, guess what? I took some thin CA, just wake it in there, and you know what does? The thin CA just goes in it, and it wakes all the way inside. It locks it in place. My
Right.
God.
And I'm so sick of wavy uh, sticks, like especially for the trailing edge on a wing. And I'm going, I'm going with square carbon fiber next time. That's something I hadn't thought of, but that would solve that problem. I've spent so much time trying to square up those sticks on the trailing edge,
Yeah.
and I've never thought about it on the leading edge. But yeah,
Yep.
definitely. I got those links copied.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, and
Yeah,
those are,
I got
believe
it.
me, I've searched a lot everywhere to find good prices for stuff. I mean, don't even bother looking somewhere else. Just go and order from these guys. You're wasting your time.
Yeah, okay.
Seriously. Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
going on my shopping list. Definitely. Thanks.
And if you guys want to
Yeah, same
use,
here.
and another thing you can guys use immediately, incorporate in any of your builds, is to have a stronger spar that unidirectional. If you want to have some of that,
Yeah.
it's like $14 for a square meter. I mean, you can't beat that. And if you a square meter is 30, close to what, 36 inches long,
Yeah. 39 by 39. Yeah.
39 by 39.
Yeah.
Imagine cutting this 39 inches wide for each plane, or you only need per spar like a quarter of an inch wide, right? So how many planes can you
Yeah.
build with that?
At the rate I'm building.
A lifetime, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where is that? It's here. Yeah, I'm gonna give you another link here if you guys want to go take a look at it. They're a little bit of pain in the butt to buy from them because they have a kind of stupid fucking European rules. You have to send them a letter, tell them what you're going to use the shit for and stuff like that. But you know,
Rusty, where do I go to see those links?
Down on the bottom left corner of your screen, if you mouse over down, you'll see the monitor, the hand, and a message box pop up. And the message box will have a little blue number of how many messages are in it. You click on that, and it takes a minute for it to pop up. And you can right click on it and say copy link address, and then paste it in Notepad or wherever your favorite place to copy and paste text is.
Yeah. So what I get from this guy is from Easy Composites. Let me see. I'm just gonna copy the link.
Easycomposites.com.uk. Oh, .co.uk.
Yeah. So you look at dry fabric reinforcements, carbon fiber, and you scroll down to unidirectional. Okay. And what I'm using is this 100 grams carbon fiber unidirectional. Look at it, $15. I mean, 15.6. I think it's British pounds, which is similar to the prices we pay here, anyways. So it's still roundish of $15 kind of thing. I mean, heck, if you order from them, you might as well get to, and it has a very nice binder into it. It doesn't have those like stringy sewn threads and stuff like that. Hold the fiber together. This is really nice stuff. And like I said, if you have a piece of balsa the same width, 2 inches tall, that's the equivalent of the strength that you are adding by just putting this little strip of 4,000 strip of carbon fiber in there. I mean, and it doesn't weigh anything, so it's no weight penalty, but you're going to have a wing that's perhaps 10 times stronger than your normal wing in a spar direction. So, I don't know.
Very cool. Thank you very much.
You guys take it whichever way you want to.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what else, you know. If you need any other stuff like this, I know exactly where to go and get it, but I don't know what you guys need. Yeah. I think Easy Composites, they have some cool stuff over there. Let me see if they have it. Fabric, carbon, unit, toe.
I got some toe.
I'm looking up the little blue number.
Not a toe. Yeah. And they have some fiberglass here too as well. Look at it. They have 25 gram plain fiberglass. $4.35 for a square meter. Looks like that's very light fiberglass. It's good for skins or something like that.
It looks like Lynn just woke up and disconnected. Or maybe he disconnected in his sleep. I don't know.
Okay, one more time. I got the blue number down here, and I can't do anything with it. What am I supposed to click on?
Click on that little white box that the blue number is sitting in the corner of.
Okay, it says open. It says open or close chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just open it.
Ah, how wonderful!
And then right click on his message and say copy link address, and then paste it into Notepad or wherever you like to paste text.
Or Dennis, if you want to look at it right now, just right click on it. It says open link in a new tab.
Yeah, just do that.
That way I'm right there. I can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't looked at them. I just copied them so I can look later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just save the tab, just bookmark these tabs under.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. They're going into my favorites box.
All right. Hey, guys, good night. Love you.
Thanks for hanging around for that.
You guys behave.
Good night.
All right, good night.
All right.
Fair winds,
ya.
tight lines. I sure am glad I got my sound fixed. It turned out, I think, it obviously was the notebook, little tablet, my Android tablet in the bedroom with Pandora play, and must have been soaking the connection. Pandora's usually pretty lightweight, but I went and it had a bunch of stuff in the background. I just shut it all down, and now the sound's back. Wish I'd
Okay.
known. I went through about an hour of having to re-sign on, and now it's all better.
Well, you always can rewatch the show.
Yeah, sure can.
So Denny, you never told me what you thought of that push me pull me twin.
Oh, I thought I mentioned before. I thought it looks really good. I think, like you said, it needs to be electric. I think the only thing I saw on it that I might want to change would be the thrust line on the rear motor was well above the wing. I think I'd put them all in line.
Well, the reason I put it up there was because I wanted it to be able to rotate and not strike the rear prop.
Yeah, I understand. Put longer feet on it. Put longer feet on it. All right.
But then it looks funny.
All right. Put longer feet and then use retracts.
There you go.
I'm going to have to take a quick break here. I'll be right back.
All right. We're going to take an even quicker break pretty soon after Denny comes back.
Yeah.
Or a long break, rather. A longer break.
A longer break. Charles.
Yes.
How you doing, bud? You getting anything done on that?
Not of lately.
Go ahead.
Just got much stuff going on with my kids and life and wife. Just a lot of stuff.
Life, wife, and kids. Yeah, we're familiar with that.
Yeah, it keeps you busy.
Happy wife, happy life.
That's right. But I have been flying though. I mean, I've been flying, and so even though I'm not building that much, I've been having fun flying. So it's not like it's all bad. It's just trying to find time to fit in building. I haven't made it a priority. I've been making flying more of a priority.
Building is extremely time consuming.
Have you gotten somebody to mentor you there, to coach you?
No, I'm actually coaching a new trainee, so I'm enjoying it though. His name is Joe, and Joe Mata, and we built a Bodak Ringmaster ARF together, and he has about 40 flights, and so it's been a lot of fun.
What can he do now?
He basically can take off, fly, keep the plane in the air, and land. We're gonna. I had detuned the plane to the point that it was really easy to fly, and now we're trying to make it more aerobatic, so we can maybe get the plane upside down. I want to teach him to fly upside down next. I was going to teach him how to loop, but then I thought, you know what? I think that'd be a mistake teaching the loop.
I think long lazy eights is probably the next thing to do. That gets inverted and looping.
If all he's done is roundy flights up right side up and then land, best thing to do is to teach him, have him fly a regular wing over, not a reverse, just a regular wing over. Come out right side up. Get him used to be able to handle the controls and see what the plane does. Then you're right. Teach him to do lazy eights. And on the lazy eights, you can extend those lazy eights further and further. And eventually it'll just take right off into inverted flight. But you want to make darn good and sure, Charles, that they understand the control reversal that goes on. Now, yeah. Hi there, Denny. You made it back.
Mm-hmm. And my eyes are back to blue, shall we say?
All right.
Notice they're getting a little orange there.
Yeah, they were kind of green before, but now they're back to blue. So anyhow,
You know, I was
So
watching Sparky and John in their garage this weekend, and one thing that Sparky said that he learned from John was when he puts the let's say the elevator or flap, he uses he basically, you know, that one part you cut off to make like the what do you call that, what's that part next to the fuselage that butts up against the flap or the elevator? What's
you
that
just
called?
the flap fairing or whatever.
Fairing's what I call it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he actually will use a long piece and then gets the control surface, you know, level, and then he just tacks glues it on there, and then he cuts it off. And I thought that was a terrific way to get that that part we're talking about in the center, because sometimes, you know, a person could glue a piece on there, but it's not exactly in the center. It's not exactly level. And I thought, what a neat idea.
Oh yeah,
as
yeah. Put it on all as one piece and then cut it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That way you have it right in the center, and you'll know it's right in the center.
And both of them are the same. Yeah. Well,
I like
Yeah.
I like
And
facing
John mentioned.
that flap fairing and the end of the flap there. I like facing it with 64 plywood. Give me a nice,
Right.
clean, sharp edge when it's finished. Do it on the other end. You know, any of those things. I also like to face the openings for the cowl and that with 64 ply, so that I've got a good solid, you know, a good solid clean line when the cowl is in place.
yeah.
Sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
I see Denny smiling. He knows what I'm talking about.
I'm saying getting a good solid clean line is not the problem. Holding the good solid, you know, clean line 6 months after you've started flying the airplane, there's the rub, you know.
Yeah.
And balsa is not a very good bearing surface. All right. So
That's a good idea. That's true. That's gonna be tough. Yeah.
yeah, that little bit of plywood or whatever just really, it's like it does a world of good. Doesn't take much, but my God, you get a good hard edge, and it'll stay. It'll stay when the airplane's 10 years old. So
and it hardly adds any weight at all.
you know, that's something that we don't really talk about. I haven't seen many notes on the forum or anything like that, but you know, talk about making a good design and building it light and straight and putting a good finish on it. I don't think we talk enough about what it takes to campaign an airplane in terms of making it easy to work on and easy to service and things like that. Because a very big part of this is, you know, we do have the more you fly, you know, you do need, you know, some maintenance, and it's important if the airplane's easy to work on. You can get to the things that have to be serviced and things like that.
So
Yeah, you don't have to take things apart or anything like that. I mean, simple as I remember when I first built my first few airplanes, I had the cowl line cut like basically right down to the motor mount. Okay. Which meant every
Right.
time, and I'd change or I'd want to clean the fuel filter every, you know, 4 or 5 flights or whatever. So to clean the fuel filter, I'd have to remove the cowl. To remove the cowl, I'd have to remove the needle valve. Have to unscrew the needle valve.
Mm-hmm.
Count where it is, you know, count the turns, back out, put it back in, and
I hate that.
it was remarkably painless and everything like that. But it was like it's somewhere along the line. It's like, you know, there's got to be a better way here, you know. You could see I could see other people were putting the cowl cut line on the needle valve. You know, simple as that. All of a sudden, I don't have to touch the needle valve anymore. And you know, people make removable tanks, and they have to remove the tank. They have to take the engine out. Do I really want to go there? You know, I mean, you don't remove the tank every other day or something like that, but still, if you could make that accessible without that, that's better, isn't it? So I remember I used to use the right size screw for all my hatches and stuff, and which meant I'd go to service something, I'd have a half a dozen screwdrivers and wrenches and everything like that in my hand. It was finally like I remember how proud I was. First time I built an airplane with 2 hatches on the fuselage and adjust, 3 screws in the cowl and adjustable lead out there. And I needed one ball driver to get to all of the bolts that held anything important that I could get to. And just a simple thing like that. It was like, okay, this is the only tool I need. I can do anything on the airplane with a 440 ball driver,
Yep.
And it's like, it's just one of those things that lets you keep flying. It makes it easier to do maintenance, so you don't put it off, and heaven forbid have something fail because you put it off or something like that. And I don't think enough gets said about it, including by me. I never make much point of it, but what it takes to campaign an airplane goes a little. That's like an added layer to what it takes to just build it and build it well and build it light and fly it well and practice. And you still have to be able to day in, day out, just keep it going. So
another key to success. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Good point to solidify that, Denny, is if you look at the NASCAR car racers and their cars.
That's exactly right. That is right on target. So, yeah.
Yep. We got to think like that, when we build our airplanes, and it takes a little bit of doing it, doesn't it?
It does. It's and it's like the NASCAR thing. It's like, imagine that we're in a race. And the race is and the race means that sometimes you have to make pit stops, and those pit stops need to be fast and precise, get all the right work done and everything like that, because that's how you get to the finish line. Well, our race isn't so much about, it is about time. It's like, how much time do you have at the field? It's the difference between getting 5 flights and getting 3 flights, in a day because of servicing. And it's like that, but you're right on target. You have to start thinking about that about the time you start cutting balsa. So
Yep. Try to think about things that can go wrong. Things I'm getting to the point is if I make my own flap horns and elevator horns, I'm getting to the point that I want to put a access panel there, because I've had a couple of solder joints that have softened or turned or gone bad, and boy, you got to, if you're going to make your own, you gotta get after them and make sure they're not doing anything strange, or else spend the money and buy someone like Tom Morris's that are, I'm sure he's TIG welding them or something similar to that. But his don't seem to be moving like mine are. Mine, I've lost one airplane because of it, and I've almost lost 2 others. And I've come to the point that I realized I was using silver solder, the kind you can buy, rolled around the anyway.
Stay bright.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah, stay bright. And it's probably good solder, but evidently I'm not able to get things hot enough or something where I get a good clean solder joint, and so I just can't go that road anymore. Without putting an access panel somewhere on the bottom of the airplane so I can get to it. It's usually the flap horn. That's where the most pressure is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that kind of related. The Eclipse that I was flying back in the 80s and stuff like that. I had on the control system, I could adjust the throws and the neutrals on every control surface separately. So I could adjust the length of the horn on each flap individually, the length of the horn on each side of the elevator individually, and things like that. And they were also, I was using the Dubro strip aileron horns, which are basically a set screw collar on a smooth piece of wire. So to adjust the length, you just loosen the set screw, move it where you wanted, and tighten it back down. All sounds pretty good, except I want to move this thing 30 thousandths of an inch, or something like that. How do I know I got there? scoot, scoot, scoot. Oops, and oh, great. Now I try to move it back and everything like that. And so that makes it hard. Uh, the other thing about it was with all those adjustments, everything that's adjustable ends up having to be adjusted. All right. So it's like, where's my payback here? Like, yes, I got spectacular capability and everything like that, but my God, it took me a season and a half to get those throws right. It's like, so I'm not so sure that we don't outsmart ourselves some too. In that regard, you can build an awfully good airplane with a fixed or at least a control system with finite adjustments in it, and you can come up with a pretty good combination that's going to work and everything. And I think that maybe we should need to be looking at more stuff like that. So
I think we're in many cases getting too much adjustability.
yeah.
We need to look at what actually really needs to be adjustable and the best ways to do it, to get to it. I don't think we've really totally determined what the best ways might be. I think there's room for some engineering in those areas.
Yeah, it's some engineering, but certainly some philosophy too. It's like, how many different ways can I make my airplane behave like it's nose heavy? Well, obviously, I can put a ton of nose weight in it. It's going to behave like it's nose heavy. But I can also throw in use a too small a handle spacing. I can shorten it or reduce the throws on the control surfaces so that is very dead. I can any number of things like that. And it's like, okay, I'm going to pick one. I'm going to pick something to make it standard. All right. I never used to use a handle with adjustable line spacing. Oh, gee, it'd be nice to have spacing. Well, the difference is now is like, well, what should I do to trim this? Should I adjust the handle or should I adjust, the nose weight and everything? And you know what? Either one of them might work. So,
yeah.
So, and other things like I see people flying with their handle spaced non-symmetrically. They'll have the taller handle on the top on the up line and shorter line on the bottom, or some combination like that. And it's like, well, okay, you probably fixed something, but why didn't you fix the cause of it? If you had had a non-adjustable handle, what would you have done? Well, you'd have looked at something else, and you might have come closer to finding the cause of that unequal turn or that unequal feel. Instead of just adapting to it. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, and on the other side of the coin, before we got the adjustability that we're running now, people would learn to fly with around it oft times because perhaps the fix was involved more cutting into the plane or more than they thought it was worth as they're campaigning the airplane. So they learn to fly around it. I know you've done it. I've done it. And it can be done. But when you get an airplane that flies precise, the engine runs right, excuse me, and everything's working for you, it's just a pleasure to get out there and put on the show.
I'd go so far as say this. I've had airplanes that I've flown and got used to, got pretty comfortable flying. And then my nephew picked up the handle and says, my God, that thing doesn't turn the same inside and outside. And what are you talking about? It does fine, But he walks in, his feel is totally different and everything like that. He's a pretty good flyer. Maybe he's right, So
you've had to develop asymmetrical muscle memory in order to get the plane to do what your brain thinks.
Yeah. Well, I remember I had one airplane that was the last airplane I built without adjustable lead outs or adjustable tip weight. I got a slug of tip weight in it, but it really needed adjustable lead outs. Right, that I do a corner, tops of maneuvers and stuff, it would just kind of lose control and everything. Because of that, it was a difficult airplane to just pick up and fly. But if I flew it for 2 or 3 days, you could watch me doing it. I would like fly a corner, and you could see my hand moving wherever it had to be to get
compensate.
the airplane under control and everything like that. I wouldn't do that with any other airplane, and I couldn't just pick it up and do it. It was kind of a learned, or part of the whole muscle memory thing was learning how to deal with this airplane. It just wasn't holding line tension everywhere.
We went to a contest with a main plane and a backup plane. The two planes fly differently, so you can't just seamlessly step from one handle to the next. And
Rusty, you just hit on an important thing. That backup plane and your main plane should fly very similar.
yeah,
Yep.
And if it doesn't, that's where you need to look into it and adjust, because when you go to campaign, you do something to your main plane, you can't pick up that backup and fly it the same way, then you may as well stayed home.
Yeah, you may as well leave it home if that's
yeah.
the case. So, yep. So I don't know. Get a good design and then build it and mold it so I can make a dozen of them just like it.
Yeah, replicate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to campaign and compete, but I don't know. Not nearly as much fun as coming up with a new looking airplane every time. So,
I hear you.
Yeah.
I know that for me the learning curve has been long. I'm an old guy, but it once I learned the proper use of down thrust and just a tiny bit of out thrust, just enough to make sure it's not in thrust,
Mm-hmm.
and that little bit of pause, like a 64th strip of plywood underneath the leading edge of the stabilizer, things like that make so much difference in making the planes fly the same.
Mm-hmm.
Adjustable lead outs, of course, knowing where your mean center, aerodynamic center is, so you know exactly where you're gonna, like if you got like I like what the Ted says. If you got a 26% stab and elevator, you can run your CG at 26%, but that's on the mean average chord. And if you don't know how to find that mean average chord and set it there, you're going to be fighting to find it. You can find it eventually, but you're going to be fighting to find it.
Yeah.
All these things
Yeah.
we're learning, and they were the big secrets when I was a kid and you were a kid.
Yep.
We just didn't know it. Corrected, geometrically corrected controls, flap horns and elevator horns and that. That was something there were people who knew. George Aldrich knew about it. I've seen one of his drawings that he had it on there, but that was one of the big secrets. You get a plane that the controls work. You give it the same amount of up and the same amount of down, you get the same amount of flap and the same amount of elevator. You get that. You don't have that differential between the elevator and in either going up or going down. I've seen some airplanes that I've worked out, and there was as much as 6 degrees difference between the up and the down with the same amount of input.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a hard airplane to trim.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I don't know. That's part of the thing is why we keep doing it. I think if everything was manufactured perfect and straight and everything like that, this would be boring. So.
Yeah, well, I've always thought of the hobby of ours as being like playing golf. You can do it all your life. You're never going to do it perfectly, but you're going to get better as you go along if you pay attention. If you don't pay attention, you're going to have a heck of a lot of fun, and you may pick up some hardware along the way. If hardware collecting is your thing. I prefer because I don't collect much hardware. I prefer the people that are there, the meeting and talking and going over things with them and talking like we're talking right now. That's the hobby for me. Would like to win more.
Always. That's an easy one. So
I wish that we could have these shows at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, because I'm always primed and ready to jump on something and try it out when we get through, and got all these new ideas. And the way it is now, we finish late at night, so I drag myself up in the morning and do chores, and late in the day maybe I'll get out into the shop and do something, and not near focused on it, is because I'm a night owl. I don't do well in the mornings, but I can do a show in the morning.
Well, it's interesting to get together and talk about these things like this, and to have people like Denny and Tria, and well, a whole bunch here. Every one of them contributes something.
We got
absolutely.
Having them here means so much. Huh?
We got a lot of different skill sets distributed between you guys, that it's so cool to be able to learn things you've never thought of, and see how other people do the same things you've been fighting. And like Trey and talking tonight about putting those square rods on to straighten out your lead and trail edges, and that's something I've been fighting with. I've spent so much time trying to straighten those wavy, curvy trail edge cap strips out, and that's what you call them, butt strips. That's what I call it. But man, all I needed was a nice straight piece of carbon fiber, glue it on there, and be done. And so that's going in my cesspool of knowledge now.
Yeah.
I have one of the club members up in Salt Lake is a free flighter, and he's a very good free flighter. And he gave me one of his half-A free flights that he'd won several major events with, and because he had several new ones that he'd built. And these things, they had little carbon fiber cap strips on top of the spars, on top of each rib. And it's amazing where he put the whole thing weighed just a couple of ounces. Weighed less than the motor he had on it. And it's amazing to see what can be done if you apply yourself to that.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll ever need that much in our hobby. We may need to. We may have to go to foam slices in carbon fiber, because we won't be able to get decent balsa wood.
Yeah, well, that's okay. We'll do what we got to do. It might get more expensive. But.
Well, I read up a little bit on balsa wood. Do you know that it also is capable and apparently grows in parts of Brazil and in parts of, I think, Argentina, or one in that area up in the moister rainforest area. And and there's somebody that is doing plantation growing with balsa. I know there is. I absolutely know it. I just don't know where they are, because I've seen the wood. I have some of the wood here. It's pure, almost pure white, and very light and very uniform. It's trying to remember who I bought it from. Anyway, it's plantation balsa. Somebody's doing it, and if I had the bucks to do it, boy, I'd be trying to put together a plantation down in Brazil or somewhere down there. Because my goodness, there's that's worth more than gold now, practically by the pound. Don't fall asleep, Rusty.
I'm not. No, I got a hot cigarette in my hand. I'll try not to drop it in my lap.
That's it. That's your dethermalizer, right? It's going to burn down until it wakes you up.
Dethermalizer, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Whoa. We're not floating along anymore here. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, I think I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I mean, we'll figure out how to build airplanes, and we'll keep doing that. And I think maybe the time will be right for more, composites and stuff. There was an article in the Model Aviation 30 years ago about these guys was making radio airplanes and free flights out of, I think he was using just regular styrofoam, and he was coating them with newspaper and white glue.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
you remember that article? I got it.
I remember that.
Yeah, I kept it and drag that out every now and then. It's like, he was using, the easiest stuff in the world. And I've talked to, some friends of mine who've made some sport RC airplanes out of it. And he upped the game a little bit. He put it in a what's called a vacuum bag, made it even a little better. And he was surprised that it actually dried out pretty well and everything like that. And then he tried it with, I think it was with butcher paper, which had kind of a plastic sheet side and a paper side.
It does have a shiny.
I think it's plasticized or something like that. And he put the plastic side on the outside and stuff, and he got a pretty doggone nice thing, pretty easily. So maybe there is room for something like that.
The YouTubers are watching what we're talking about too, and I've been kind of missing them. But Jeff Riley is saying the new guys to this hobby are going to think this is too much work, and then he's inviting me to call him in the morning and go out to the shop and we can chat on speaker and build all day. And he said if you buy a wet ball, which is yellow, you can press and his message got cut off. Gerald Wimmer says balsa is grown in plantations in Australia. Oh, and
Okay.
Johnny said and dry it, and it ends up somewhat light. Yeah.
I wonder if you could take that stuff, if it's still wet, if you will, and form it and dry it, in a nice molded shape or something like that too.
Or just for flat stuff, dry it between towels and bricks.
Yep.
I'm wondering about that Aussie balsa, that plantation grown. Then I hope they're not being burned up.
Good point.
Those poor people. I feel so bad for them. I got relatives over there that.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been corresponding with a guy there, looking for some help with some Brodak stuff, and I answer letters for Brodak, and he says, the place that's on fire, says that's where they have our annual ringmaster fly-in. So
really,
yeah, it's really bad in Australia. But I watch another one of the things I watch on YouTube other than science videos, science and space, and drag racing and stuff. And they're having a big drag racing event in Australia, and they're racing smoke so thick they can't see the end of the track.
Well, I was reading a fellow on the forum the other day. He was from New Zealand. It wasn't Gerald. It was another fellow. I can't remember his name, but he was telling me that they were getting smoke in New Zealand from the Australian fires, and that's what.
Wow. I thought
that's
the
a
wind.
long ways away. I don't remember whether it's 1,000 miles or what, but it's a bit away.
I thought the prevailing wind moved in the other direction. I guess not.
Gerald would know.
I thought it moved from west to east. Now it's time to pull the globe out again. Let's see.
The all-purpose globe.
Got to have.
There we go.
Let's see.
I wonder if that globe has little points of light that like shine to show where all the call-ins are coming from and stuff like that, so he knows who he's dealing with. Yeah.
And YouTube tells you where they all come from. Let's see, where am I now? Okay, there's Australia and New Zealand. Oh, it's okay. So yeah, it does blow from west to east. So yeah, that's the next thing east of Australia. It's only one. It's only 1.5 points of latitude. What is that? 15 degrees each, or just 10 degrees each? But anyway, yeah, it's only a few degrees east of New Zealand's only a few degrees east of Australia, so the prevailing winds would take it right over there. And then after that, it goes for miles and miles and miles of the Southern Ocean before it hits the west coast of South America.
Yeah.
And there ain't nothing out there, boy. Nothing but the Southern Ocean.
Yep.
South Atlantic or the South Pacific. I need a new globe. This one's so.
I don't know. It's giving you the answers you need.
It is. It's just hard to find stuff on. It's the color contrast is not very good.
Mm. Oh well.
I like having it handy though.
Yeah, it's proven helpful a couple of times for you. Well, I think that might be the balsa plantations I heard about. I hope that some of it's going to the modeling business and not all of it's going to the windmill facilities.
I had no idea
Because
that also went. So y'all told me about that the other night.
oh yeah,
Those
I
are
can't comprehend why the windmill people would bother with balsa wood. You know,
they
I
use
would
it.
think that.
They use it.
I got carbon sheeted balsa wood for those blades.
Yeah,
Well,
those blades.
I guess I'm saying I think they'd be better off using a injection molded foam core with fiberglass on it.
Yeah, you'd think.
You'd think maybe the balsa gets high enough they'll go that route.
I think it's
Maybe,
going to get scarce enough.
I wonder what's the difference in the expansion rates as the heat changes. Humidity should not penetrate the carbon outer shell.
Yeah, and the carbon outer shell should be strong enough that if there's any heat expansion of the foam inside or the balsa inside, it would not cause too much of a problem.
Well, you could probably mold some voids in the foam if you had to have it or something like that. But I
Do you
got to
realize?
believe that all the important strength of a fan blade is in the skin. You know, the balsa is just making a blade shaped hole in it.
Yeah.
I worked for a company when I was before I went in the Navy and after I got out, I worked for the same company, and they did that expanded bead. You know, the we did that, and the molds required and the molding techniques. Now this was quite a while, and I'm sure it's gotten better, but those molds you had to preheat them. You had to put in a release agent. You had to then blow in all the foam to a certain degree. You had to change the density of the foam depending on how heavy you wanted it. We made liners for motorcycle helmets was one of the things we made, and that used a pretty dense foam. Anyway, after you did all that, then you had to shoot the steam to it to get it to expand. And as it expanded up to a certain point, and you got there, you had to shoot cooling water in there to cool it down before you could pop it out of the foam, out of the mold. Well, as big as a blade is, it would take some tremendous equipment to form, even if you did it in sections, in 5-foot sections. It takes some tremendous equipment, and it'd be a long time setting it to try to get it the thickness as it is towards the root of that airfoil.
Wonder if those blades have spars in them.
Say what?
Wonder if those blades have spars in them.
I think that's why they make them all out of balsa. They can just glue it together and glue chunks together, and then they've probably got a CNC machine that forms it, and they form it all at one shot, and there it is. And then they put it in for the fiberglass or carbon fiber shell it's got on it. Can't do that.
If it was solid, I think that they would be in pretty good shape using the carbon toe that Tran was talking about, the unidirectional carbon. You would build a heck of a spar on that and build it right into the skin and everything like that. So
carbon toe or carbon veil? Toe is like string.
Exactly. The unidirectional carbon toe or whatever. It's tremendously strong in one direction. But that's what he was talking about. Use that in spars and stuff like that, and it's it's insane.
There you go, Denny, with your aeronautic degree and your engineering background. There's your new calling. Design new windshield blades. Or not windshield, windmill blades.
Windmill blades, yeah. Well, Denny, where'd you go to school?
I went to a little school up north of here called Tri-State. Little engineering school in Angola, Indiana. 1,500 students. Back we were down to like 800 students at one point.
And your degree was in aerospace or
aerospace engineering. Yeah, I went in for aeronautical engineering. By the time I finished, they were doing aerospace degrees. Same
did y'all learn all about rocket nozzles and that sort of thing too?
Not too much. Mostly, most of the stuff we did was basic aerodynamics and stuff like that. I got really my best education is later on when I worked for Ford. I found out I was an aero. I was able to join an advanced engineering group in the design center, and we did wind tunnel tests on cars.
Yeah.
Try to reduce drag and stuff like that. So the my first car start to finish was the original Ford Taurus. That was really, really slippery compared to everything around it.
Yeah.
And I had a couple of cars before that I had picked up midway or something like that. The original Ford Tempo. Did some work on the Mustang and Capri when they and they revised them and stuff like that. It was fun. It's fun doing that kind of stuff, but fun watching airflow. And developing cause effects and stuff like that.
Sure, if Matt Cullen ever finished up at Embry Riddle.
I'm sorry again. I'm sorry.
Do you know Matt Cullen?
Yeah.
I wonder if he ever finished up at Embry Riddle. That's last time I talked to him. That's where he was going, down in Florida.
I don't know. I think I thought he graduated and he was working for a living. And goodness, I heard he even got married. I mean,
oh wow,
the young man is turning into a not so young man.
Yeah.
So.
I understand he's going to school to become an air traffic controller.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. I do remember that. I was surprised that was the branch he wanted to take. I thought I had imagined that he was going to go into R&D, research and development, or something like that. Of course, I'm sure there's a branch of R&D in air traffic control too, but the mechanical and aerodynamic systems is what I imagined.
He's a good kid. He's turning into a pretty good flyer, I've been told.
Yeah. Terrific flyer, terrific young man. So now the hard part, if he's married and going to be facing up with raising a family and stuff like that. Now
a lot to juggle. When you go back and see all us old guys' stories about how they got started, and then when they dropped out for a while because of school and families and all, and then they retreaded back when they finally got their duty done and are back into it. So he might be in one of those stages right now where he's not getting to pursue it so much. I wondered the same about Derek too. But he's still flying. But his family is interested in what he's doing too. Some wives and kids are not. And other wives and kids.
I'll be right back. I gotta go change my color.
Yeah, well. Well, guys, we're kind of rambling on here. Do you think we've reached the saturation part for tonight?
I guess we probably ought to wrap it up.
I'm hearing myself repeating myself, so I think I'm going to drop off on you guys. So
I don't want to be too tired tomorrow, so that I don't have a productive day.
Well, hey, I started here 5 days in a row now. I've been working on the dentist improvement program. I've been going to the Y every day.
Oh, good for you.
It's amazing how little it takes to whip my butt, But been walking and using some of the machines, and then walking some more to cool down and everything like that, and coming home and crashing because
Yeah.
So, but hey,
So are you and your wife empty nesters now? Is it just the two
Yeah,
of you?
yeah. All the kids have been out for a long time and stuff, and she just uh, retired from her work too, and so what the heck? When I got Social Security, I got a silver sneakers. You know, that's one of the things I got with the insurance, and that entitles you to a free Y membership. Free is good, you know. So,
Yeah.
like John's waving. Is he waving by?
Bye bye.
Bye,
Oh,
John. Good night. Hey,
Good
thanks a
night.
lot, man. We appreciate you. Bring a lot to the show, and we need all.
I don't think he heard your last bit, but yeah,
That's, that's
fun
okay.
having John on board. He brings so much knowledge and background,
We
history, and
got
everything
such
like that.
a great skill. We got such a great skill set between you guys on here. This has been a good group for the past few months. I really appreciate all of you guys bringing
Well,
what
hey,
you got.
you do a great job holding down the fort and keeping everybody going and stuff. I appreciate that, and of course, all the stuff you do with the YouTubers and all. So,
Actually, I got an award for that the other day. Let me show you. And
uh
when I first joined up with MCLS, which is the Metro Line of Control Line Society, Wayne, and that's when I met Wayne. He and his wife were sitting around talking about me one night, and he couldn't remember my last name, except that they thought it started with an N, Rusty. They knew my last name had an N sound. So Julie, Wayne's wife, says Nail, and they laughed. And uh, later on, Wayne told me about it. We got a chuckle out of it. And Wayne clips an article out of the Lexington small town newspaper that they had arrested some Rusty Nail
oh.
was his name for domestic violence, and sent me the
Oh,
and everything. And well, everybody in the club starts calling me Rusty Nail after that. And they gave me this uh, back then, which was 2013 is when I joined the club. So they found a big old nail and
ah,
rusty on it. It's a railroad spike, and
yeah,
we got a big yuck out of that. And so later on, and about 3 years ago, Will Davis, our president, started an award for somebody who does a lot to bring control liners together and promote control line and fellowship between modelers. And when we had our meeting this past Saturday, I was the recipient of the 2016 Rusty Nail Award. Let's
ha
see.
ha ha.
Is
All
that in the
right,
picture all the way right there? Can you
yeah,
see it? That's me and Tom Luciano with our Super Satans, and it says what the Rusty Nail Award 2019. And so got another one to hang up there. My wife rolls her eyes. Another trophy. But
yeah,
even though I'm not flying, I'm still getting trophies. It's got a big old rusty railroad spike on it too.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
great.
For promoting fellowship and what I forget how it's worded. It's not all on here of control line modeling, and so that's pretty cool. So
Yes, that is. That's very
I,
cool.
I give y'all ownership of that award because
Uh,
could not have done it without you guys coming on here and so cooperatively helping me out and talking about all this stuff and making it easy for me.
yeah.
And thanks. I should have said something about that when everybody was on here, but
Well, hey,
anyway,
you can repeat this thing Friday when we
yeah,
plan on something around 11 o'clock Friday. It's usually about the busiest
it's
time. You can
usually
say
about
something
peak
then.
hour. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
usually peak hour. Okay, but yeah, I really enjoy it. So
and
I'm
Charles and
gonna
I
close it
will
up.
pretend to be surprised to see it too. All right, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
right.
Okay, that's right, Charles. Anyway, I enjoyed it. This was a good show tonight. We stayed on topic and talked about a lot of good stuff. I wish I hadn't
Hmm.
had such technical difficulties on my end, but it wasn't affecting y'all at all. Once I figured out what was causing the problem, I got my sound
Yeah.
and video back, and so Anyway, everybody, thanks. You guys on YouTube got a big crowd out there tonight. I don't remember what the total count was, but it was over 20, I think. Let's see. Viewer activity, analytics. We had 20, looks like we had about 26 viewers on at about, it doesn't say what the time was, but so that was good. And we appreciate all you guys, man. Y'all outnumber us live guys with our cameras and microphones by twice. And so couldn't do it without you. So thank y'all for letting me win the Rusty Nail Award. And we will see you back on Friday. And between now and then, everybody, y'all have fair winds, tight lines, and we will see y'all later. Thank you very much.
Good night, Rusty. Thanks.
Good night. And boom, here we go.